Yes, let's start today's session. So this is your first session of Python full stack web development. Okay. So this is Python full stack development session. So first of all, in today's lecture, I'm going to discuss in Python full stack development, what subjects are going to be covered. Okay. So I'll explain you clearly each and every subject purpose. Okay. Then you will get clarity. So what things are there in Python full stack development, right? Yeah. So first of all, in Python full stack development, or if you want to become a Python full stack developer, you must and should learn one language. Okay. That is our main core language. So that language name is Python. So this is the main subject. Okay. Python, first language. Next, some frameworks are there in Python full stack development, especially to develop web applications or websites. Okay, some frameworks are there. The frameworks are nothing but like Django framework, REST API framework, Flask framework. These are the frameworks. Along with these frameworks, you must and should aware of UI basics, means user interfaces like HTML plus CSS plus JavaScript and then jQuery and then Bootstrap. Okay. Then along with UI designing or UI basics, so you must and should aware database knowledge. So in full stack development, we are going to cover SQLite 3 and MySQL. These are the database tools. So observe carefully. These are the main subjects which I am going to cover in full stack development. Okay. One language, that is Python, and total 3 frameworks: Django, REST API, Flask. These are web application development frameworks. In the web application development process, you must aware the UI design, like how to prepare the web pages or websites design wise. Design purpose, we need to learn UI basics. Okay, and database management also required, right? In the web development process, compulsory, we need to handle with our data. So that database management purpose, we need to learn database tools like SQLite 3 and MySQL. So total these 6 subjects I'm going to cover in Python full stack development. So if you enroll for this Python full stack development, the course duration is 4 months. Yes, it will take totally 4 months to complete all these 6 subjects. That is a part of Python full stack development. For suppose if you enroll only for Python, that means some students are looking for only Python programming language according to their requirement. It's enough. Python, basic Python, that is core Python, advanced Python, both are there in Python language. Only Python if you enroll, so it takes, the duration is 45 working days to 50 working days. Okay, that means up to 2 months, I can say that. Only Python up to 2 months, like 45 working days to 50 working days. And full stack development of Python, that means total 3 frameworks, 1 programming language, UI basics, and SQLite and MySQL. For this, it will take 4 months duration. Okay. So depends on your requirement, you can choose anyone. So I can give you some clarity about this. Who should go with only Python language and who should go with complete Python full stack development. Suppose your requirement is after learning Python, if you want to move towards data science or data analysis or ML, machine learning or AI, in this area, if you are planning to go with this area like data science, data analysis, AI and ML, even AWS, DevOps. So after learning Python, if you are moving towards these courses, then better to go with only Python core and advanced. So no need to learn Django, REST API, Flask, UI and all. Okay. But some students are looking for purely Python if they don't have any plan to move towards data science or AL, ML, AI, and DevOps, AWS like this. So if you want to become complete full stack developer of Python, so better to go with all these subjects, full stack development. So this is just I'm giving clarity. Then you can decide which you want. Okay. Yes. Now let's talk about each and every subject purpose actually. So I'm saying in full stack development, you are going to learn these all 6 subjects, right? So each subject purpose you must aware that. So first subject is Python. So what is Python here? Okay. Yeah. First we'll talk about Python. Later I'm giving just brief introduction each and every subject so that what is the purpose of subject you must know that. So after that we'll begin with Python only because Python is mandatory before going to learn anything in full stack development like Django, REST API, Flask, other things. So first 45 days to 50 days, we have to focus on only Python. So first Python is a programming language. Yes, Python is a programming language. Generally, any programming language, if you take, which is used to develop coding part, coding part for the applications. Yes. Python is a programming language which is used to develop coding part or which is used to write coding part for the application development. So if you want to develop the applications, you must write some logic or coding, right? That coding we can write using what language? Python language. So that's what we can say it is a programming language. So programming part is important and logic part is important for developing any application. Okay, this is the language actually. So throughout entire full stack development, wherever you write some logic or wherever you write some coding part, that coding part going to be written in Python language through. So that's what you must aware Python compulsory before going to start writing code in any framework like Django, REST API and all. So this is our main core language what we are going to learn first initial days of Python full stack development course. Okay. So once you know about Python, once you are good at Python, okay, so then it's easy to develop any applications by using these frameworks. So next subject is what? Django. What is Django here? So Django is not a programming language. Then what it is? So I can say Django is a framework. Yes, Django is a framework which is used to develop the web applications. So if you want to develop web applications, then we use Django framework in Python full stack development. So it's not a programming language, it is a framework. Okay. What is framework generally? Yes, framework is nothing but it's a collection of built-in class libraries. Built-in class library means each class library contains some built-in classes like predefined classes, and each predefined class is having built-in functionality. That means already pre-written or developed code, which is directly available to use in our applications. So the moment when we install Django framework, so it offers lot of libraries, especially which are required to develop web applications. Those libraries can be used to develop web applications at faster rate. That means if they have built-in libraries or predefined libraries, using that built-in libraries, we can quickly develop the web applications, right? We don't need to waste the time because from the scratch, we need not to write any logic. Only we can use the libraries which are provided by Django. So it's a framework. Framework means it's having set of rules and specifications. Okay, it's having sort lot of libraries. By following that rules and specifications, we have to develop some applications. So Django is not a programming language. Django is a framework which is used to develop web applications. Web application means what? Please mute your audio. Yeah. Web application means what? The application which will provide services over the web is called web application, right? The application which will provide the services over the web is called web applications. Simply. Application which will provide the services over the web is called web application. Okay, fine. But I'm saying that Django is a framework, and Django is a Python-based framework. Django is Python-based web development framework. It's completely Python-based web development framework. So that means Django framework completely written in Python language only. Okay, Django framework written in Python language. So ultimately, I can say to start learning of Django, especially to develop web applications, first of all, you must have the knowledge of Python. So Django prerequisite subject is Python. If you know the Python knowledge, then easily we can implement web applications using Django framework. Why Django need Python means because Django is completely written in Python language only. How they developed Django framework by writing Python script. So that's the reason we can say Django is a Python-based web development framework. It's completely Python frameworks. And Django can understand the instructions from Python only. So you can't send any instructions from different language like Java or C language. So Python instructions only can understand by Django. So it is easy to implement web applications by writing code in Python language. So to learn Django, Python is mandatory. To learn Python, nothing is mandatory because Python is a basic programming language. To learn this basic language, no any basic language is required. Like C, C++, not at all. Because Python itself, it is a basic language, right? You can learn from scratch. Okay. And also you will get the knowledge in the basic level and intermediate level and advanced level once you complete your Python course here. So I'll teach from the scratch, no need to worry. So if some students feel that I don't have any programming knowledge, then is that possible to learn Python? Undoubtedly, it's possible to learn Python. Python, no prerequisite languages. Okay, directly you can start learn with Python only. And Django, before going to Django, you must have the Python knowledge. Okay, otherwise you can't. So this is about Django subject purpose. Okay, it is purpose is what? To develop web applications. What type of framework it is? Python framework. Why it is Python framework? Because it's written in completely Python language, right? Fine. Next, I'm trying to discuss about a third subject, which is also very, very important in real time. That is REST API. This is our third subject, which I'm going to cover in our full stack development course, REST API. See, sir, whatever the order I have written here, same order I'm going to cover all these subjects, but except UI and SQLite, because these two under comes into Django, REST API, and Flask with these frameworks only in the middle. So let's talk about REST API. Sir, we know how to develop Django web application by using Python. We are ready with web application, right? Then why REST API again? Yes, it's very important in real time. What is the REST API purpose? I'll tell you that. So here, first of all, REST API is one of the framework. Let's talk about this. REST API is a framework. It is also completely Python based framework. REST API is a framework. Purpose of the REST API is which is used to develop the APIs for web applications. APIs for web application. In REST API, in REST API, REST means representational state transfer in REST API. Okay. In REST API means REST means what? REST means representational state transfer. In REST API means application programming interface. Application programming interface. So REST means representational state transfer. API means application programming interface. REST is an architecture or design pattern. Simple, the APIs which is going to design based on REST architecture is called REST API. So what is the use of API, sir? Because I'm saying that REST API is used to develop APIs, application programming interface for web applications. So why REST API means? Well, actually API is a software tool. API is a software tool which enables the web application to communicate with other applications. Yes, this is very important in real time, right? For example, you are going to deal with many web applications in real time. For example, consider a Flipkart.com website is there. In the Flipkart.com website, what we can do generally, we can select the product and we can click on buy now. After that, the Flipkart website can communicate with the banking application for making payments, right? Here, what's going to happen for doing transaction over the Flipkart website? So the Flipkart web application should communicate with banking web application, right? Here, two applications are communicating or talking with each other by sending request and response for making transaction successful. So that communication who is going to provide means exactly API, application programming interface. Here, two or more application can communicate with each other. That purpose API software is required. It's a software tool we have to design for our web application. Yes, Python with Django through, we are going to develop web applications. Once our web application is ready and to provide more services for the customers, our web application need to be interact with other application for making transactions. So for that, we need to generate API as a web developer responsibility. So API generate purpose, we need to use another framework called REST API. So the API is a software tool which enables the web application to communicate with other application. It's mandatory. And the API which is used to generate or design by using an architecture called REST architecture is called REST API. In any full stack development, not only here Python full stack development, even in Java full stack development, .NET full stack development, APIs are very common. Here we are using a name of subject like REST API. Java people, they use RESTful APIs. .NET people, they use Web API. So simple. So this is another subject we are going to learn, a REST API for generating APIs for web applications. And when we should learn REST API? After completion of Django only. So to learn REST API, what are the prerequisite subject? Django and as well as Python. Both are required. How I said, to learn Django, Python is mandatory before going to starts with Django means Python is mandatory, right? So to learn REST API, what is required? Django as well as Python, both are required because even though we are using REST architecture to generate APIs, complete logic part we are going to write using Python language only. So Python is mandatory. Everywhere we are going to use in full stack development, wherever you write logic part, that logic part should be written in Python only, sir. So REST API need two prerequisite subjects like Django and Python. Next, other framework is there. This is Flask. So it is a completely different framework here. So it is also Python based framework. So to learn Flask, Django is not at all required. REST API not required. Directly you can start learn Flask with only Python knowledge. So Python is enough to learn Flask. What is Flask framework? It is. So Flask is a framework. Flask is a framework which is Flask is a framework which is used to develop the single page web applications. Yes, single page web applications. So as I said, Django is a framework which is used to develop web applications. But what is the difference between Flask and Django? Means Django through we can develop medium scale and maximum scale applications. Okay. But using Flask, we can't develop medium scale and maximum scale applications. Mostly using Flask, we can develop single page web applications only. Single page web application means like dashboard applications or microservice programming purpose, we use Flask. Flask is a framework which is used to develop single page web application, and Flask is a Python based micro framework. Flask is a Python based micro framework, micro framework which can be used to write microservices programming, microservices programming also. So this is Flask. To learn Flask, only Python is required, not anything required. So it's a small Flask framework. So instant service usage purpose, we can write Flask script and it can be helped to develop applications clearly. So in our syllabus, Flask is also one of the framework which is going to be deal a small scale application development. This is also used to design web applications. Okay, right. So total three frameworks are there. One is the Flask framework and the REST API and then Django. Three frameworks and one language, programming language. And strictly remember that these three frameworks, especially Django, REST API, Flask frameworks, are completely written in Python. So Python based frameworks. So if you write Django, REST API, Flask, logics, that should be in a form of Python only. So that's what Python is mandatory language to learn these frameworks. Okay, fine. So let's talk about UI and SQLite 3. In what context we use this? But before going to talk about this, let's discuss in Python full stack development, especially we need to focus on front end development and back end development. Front end and back end. Yes. So in front end development, what things under comes? Like for example, here front end means first time when we open any web page or website. So what we are going to see on the screen, that is called front end, right? Front end development. So the front end development purpose, we need to focus completely on UI. So this is UI. UI means user interfaces. UI means what? User interface. So user interface means what we are going to present like login form, registration page, change password form, this type of UI design we need to represent to the customers, right? So that is UI basics. It is only for designing, which is under comes into front end development. So in the UI basics, I'm going to cover HTML first to create web pages. And do you want to add some styling to the web pages? CSS, cascading style sheets. And then if you want to make some functionality like validations purpose, we need to use JavaScript. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript are the basic UI technologies. It's mandatory for every web development process. When it comes to jQuery Bootstrap, jQuery is the extension of JavaScript. It is an other framework. So Bootstrap is the combination of CSS and JavaScript. So mostly we will prefer to use Bootstrap for bringing look and feel better when compared to normal plain HTML and CSS styling. Because nowadays Bootstrap will play the major role in web development design. So it's bring look and feel more for our web application or for our UI user interface. Okay, this is the main. So React.js will not be included here. It's not required because what we are going to do React.js, we are going to do with the Django itself only. That's what it is not part of our curriculum. So Bootstrap, jQuery, all these basics will be covered in Django time only. At the time of Django development, okay, so we'll be covered that all UI because you have to deal with the complete front-end development like UI design, everything is there. So this is the part of front-end. And back-end is having three subcomponents. Okay, back-end is having three subcomponents actually. So what are that? In the back-end development, what are the required? First thing is the programming language. It's compulsory. In the back-end programming language, that means logic must and should be right, right? The programming language, what is that? Python. Next, the frameworks. Yes, in the backend development, compulsory frameworks also required. So frameworks means it's having set of rules and specifications we have to follow while developing the web applications in Python full stack development. So what are the frameworks we are going to cover? Django framework, REST API framework, and then Flask framework. These are the frameworks. Next, the database. Yes, three compulsory, the database. So database purpose, we are having the tools like SQLite 3 and MySQL. See, sir, SQLite 3 is a built-in database integration with Django framework. For the first time, when we create Django application or Django web application, Django project, that project is associated with inbuilt SQLite 3 settings. So maximum operations with database we can do with SQLite 3, and also we are going to cover MySQL because most of the cases in Python or Django applications in real time, MySQL is preferred database. It doesn't make sense using Python. Can't we communicate with other databases like MongoDB, okay, MS SQL, Oracle? Yes, it's possible. But majority of the cases in Python development as well as Django web development, MySQL is the preferred database, or else SQLite there is a integration. This is pre-integrated, already integrated with Django framework. Okay, no need to install explicitly. But it's a combination actually. But suppose .NET full stack developer, how they use MS SQL, right? Microsoft SQL Server. It's a product of Microsoft. Similarly, Java programmer, Java full stack developer, how they use like Oracle. So same in Python full stack development, we prefer to use MySQL. You can configure with any database, it's not a problem. Database main purpose is what? How to deal with your customer data, how to store the data and manipulate or retrieve something, access data like that. Database operations we can do in these tools. So backend development need three things in the backend while working with application. Behind the scenes, what is required? Python language is required because we have to write complete logic part with Python. Frameworks are required. We are going to design and develop our websites or web application by following this framework set of rules and specifications. And database is required to store a customer data that is in MySQL or SQLite 3. So these three language frameworks, databases are behind the scenes it works. That means we can say back-end development process. See, for the first time when we open any website, we are going to see on the screen, right, what? Presentation layer, right? Presentation layer means UI, user interface. But user interface will provide us some registration page like labels, text boxes, buttons. Okay, you are going to interact as a customer with that forms. So, but behind the scenes, what's going to happen? Actions will be performed, right? So that actions and everything will be managed. These three only: language and frameworks and databases. It will not appear to the customers. Customer can only see in the front end like UI only. So in Python full stack development, so you must involved in two ways like front end and back end. So the person who can easily handle both front-end development and back-end development things, then that person is said to be full stack developer. Okay. Or else the person who can handle with only front end, but they don't know about language and frameworks and database management. So this is UI developer, user interface. Or the person who is having only Python, so they cannot handle with frameworks and databases and UI, so they can only involve writing the logic with Python. So exclusive Python developer like this. But if you know how to manage UI, programming, and frameworks and database, everything, so you will be considered as a full stack developer like that only. So nowadays, full stack developers are having huge demand in the market. So the better to go with full stack development process. If you don't have any other course, you are not looking like DevOps, AWS, AI, and ML, as I said in the beginning session of this today. See, Python, only Python, who needs means if you want to go with furtherly, like after learning Python, Python with the data science, Python with data analysis, Python with AI and ML, so AWS and DevOps, testing, networking. If you want to go with this side, that all tools are required Python script, then you can go with only Python. Other than that, you can focus on full stack development. Full stack means one language, total three frameworks, Django, REST API, Flask, and knowledge of UI, user interface, and knowledge of MySQL and SQL3. So this is about our subjects, which I'm going to deal in our upcoming sessions. So after completion of this demo session, our team will communicate with you through mail so that they'll send complete content, syllabus content. You can observe once what I'm going to cover. So all the subject related content, and they'll also send the today's recording demo link also. So totally 4 to 5 demos will be there. So from today onwards. So feel free to attend and regularly the demos. After the demo completion only, you can decide that whether you want to go with this course or not. Okay, that's feel free to take the decision. It's not a matter. So because of the thing is you have to learn comfortably, right? So wherever you comfort, you can go with that. But you have to learn properly. That is our main intention. And every session is going to be recorded. The recorded video I'll upload to your Google Drive once the session is over. And the sessions will be from Monday to Saturday. The Sunday no session. So, and each and every subject, look at this, your Python, right? First subject, and then Django, REST API. Each and every subject, the PDF material will be handed over to you. Once your enrollment process is over, so each and every subject uh, material I'll send to your mail. So material will be there, that is PDF, and recorded videos will be there. Like the recorded videos will be once I send or shared the folder, that is lifetime access, like Python related videos and Django related videos. Every subject clear videos are there. Okay. So let's see this material you will be able to get, like that is core Python, basic Python, advanced Python, and Django, Flask, REST API. In the Django folder only, the UI basics and database things will be there in this folder only. So total each and every subject's PDF will be sent along with recorded video here only. Okay. So this is which I covered basic things today. Python full stack development. What is Python and Django, REST API, Flask and UI and SQLite. The just basic information I have given today now. But from tomorrow onwards, what is our action plan means? I'll focus completely on Python only, sir. For first 45 days to 50 working days. So my focus is completely on Python. The reason is why, I said already, without having knowledge of Python, then you can't able to start with Django, right? So that's the reason whether you are looking for full stack development course or only for Python course, no matter. For all of them, I'll start from tomorrow onwards only Python language. Once we complete Python within the 45 working days to 50 working days. Then after we'll start with Django. So at that time, after 45 days to 50 days, you will be good at Python for sure, no doubt at all. You can handle the things which are in Python. So easily we can understand the things. Okay. So that, yeah, course fee and particulars and everything our team will send to you through mail. Okay. This is not right platform to disclose the details. So no, don't worry. So our team will assist you regarding this. Okay. So they'll send the mail. So in that the complete particulars will be there. Or else we can feel free to contact Durgasoft so that they can assist you regarding this clearly. So first you have to focus to attend the demos. After demos, you can decide it, no problem. Okay, that's my what we can say suggestion. Don't look at that everything. First, try to attend the demo sessions next 3 to 4 sessions so that you will get clarity how I'm delivering the content and all. So that if you based on if your comfortability, you have to choose the right instructor, then it will be good for your career, right? So just focus on that. That's it. Rest of the things will take care of, no problem. But one thing I can say from my end as a trainer from Durgasoft. So if you enroll for this course, at the end of the day, you will never disappoint. That much guarantee we will give. So other than this, you have to be focused and be practical. Okay. So regular attendance is required. So regular classes will leads to your knowledge, more skills. You can improve that. So instead of uh, skipping the sessions, so regular attendance is important. If you attend the classes, the concepts will be clear and you will be your flow will be good in the learning process, right? So that's what. And you have to learn properly this Python full stack development courses like orderly. So some students ask me, can't we directly join Django sessions? No, without having Python knowledge. So Django sessions are not possible because once we start framework development like Django, REST API, Flask, every time I'm going to write Python script only. So you cannot understand Python script, right? Before going to, without having Python knowledge with the Django. So Python is mandatory here. So in full stack development of Python, wherever you write some logic, that is Python related only. You must have the knowledge of Python first. After that, you can go with remaining frameworks and all. And most important thing I forgot to tell you, once in the Django ending, after completion of Django, I'm going to deal with 2 to 3 projects like real-time experience, real-time hands-on project I'm going to deal with you. So these projects we can include in your resume also as a fresher candidate so that you can disclose your skills. Okay, so we have implemented this type of projects in your resume also. You can include those projects clearly. So project development and real-time exposure you will get with this course. Okay, yes. Yes, tomorrow demo or the topics will be different because it's a continuation process. Today, what I explained, just our agenda I explained, right? In the full stack development, what subject and each subject purpose and course details and time duration. But tomorrow, from here onwards, we'll continue. So tomorrow, I will focus completely on Python only. So what is Python? Why don't other languages? And where do we use Python exactly? And what are the versions? Which version is required to install and download? What is the official website of Python? These are all details will be covered in tomorrow's session. And next we'll start coding part also slowly, which by including some editors. Okay, so many editor tools are there, software editors to deal with Python full stack. Which editor is the best editor for Python full stack development also I'll disclose. From then onwards, I'll continue with that editor only. Yes, for sure. Yes, throughout the course 7 a.m. only because there is no chance to move this session before or after because I have already sessions engaged. My batches are engaged with that time. So 7 to 8 only fixed time. Undoubtedly, no. No changes. 7 to 8. Daily 1 hour session. Monday to Saturday regular sessions and Sunday will be the holiday every day after session. video will be uploaded in the shared folder. Okay, so every day you have to check in that folder in Google Drive. So recorded video will be there with the clear number, Python 1, 2, 3 orderly how to watch it. Along with complete material, I'll send once your enrollment process is over. Core Python PDF, Advanced Python PDF with interview questions folder. And then we will maintain some WhatsApp group once your enrollment over. Then you are the part of WhatsApp group. If you have any questions and doubts, you can feel free to post in that group. We will assist you regarding that. So this is about complete details. And now it's your turn to ask any questions. If you have any doubts about these sessions, feel free to ask me so that I'm ready to give answer. Yes, yes. Yeah, it's a part of core Python only, no? So yes, yes. Web scraping and everything will be there. So that is part of, you can check the course content so that it will be clear.
So, yeah, Mohan. Web scraping means actually we have a project uh, going to come. So we have to get the data from different applications by using Python. So is it
Yes.
covered in Python or Django?
Python only, Python only. There is a concept called web scraping. Some tools are there. Request and request libraries will be there. Even Django also we can use and Python also we can use. Just scrap the data and keep the data in required format, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. That will cover, sir. No doubt at all.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, one thing to ask you, sir. Like, is there any doubt session separately happening after the class, or it happens during the class?
No, sir. During the class, you can see when I explain the concept and while writing the script here. And if you have any questions, meanwhile, you can raise the voice or raise the message in the chat box so that I'll quickly answer that in the during the session only. Or else at the end of the session also, I'll ask any doubts after ending the session. I'll wait in the meeting 10 minutes of time so that you can feel free to speak with me. Or else we have a group, right? So at any point of time, even in the during the entire the day, so if you have any question while practicing, you can feel free to post the question over there. We're ready to give answer with proper screenshots and all. You can also share that, no problem. As
Got it.
long
Thank
as
you,
the
sir.
course is going, so the our assistant will be there even after completion of core. Also, any requirement is there, so we'll help you regarding that undoubtedly. Because we have a lot of
Got you.
group of students are there in that group, so anybody can react at any time.
Got you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any software need to install?
Obviously, Python software first you have to install. Then after that, some editors are required. So you will come to know mostly tomorrow or day after tomorrow. So we'll go through orderly. So editor tools are compulsory required to write some script. So whenever we install for the first time Python, so default editor will be there, like ideally. So integrated development learning environment. But you can go through it, or else you can go with separate editors like VS Code, Visual Studio Code, or PyCharm editor. I'll assist you. Don't go with Visual Studio. We'll go with completely PyCharm editor only in our Python development. So very simple software, lightweight software. It takes just 2-3 minutes of time to set up complete Python. It's not a big deal. So that's all from my side today. Thanks for attending this session and just feel free to continue the demo sessions for next 3 to 4. You can use the same link at same times morning 7 a.m. So after demos, you can decide that. Okay. So have a nice time. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Join with the same link.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Right. Let's begin today's session. So this is your second demo lecture of Python full stack development. Okay. So yesterday only we started this batch, and yesterday we discussed very basic things. Again, I'll try to show you what I discussed in the last lecture so that you will get clarity. From here onwards. We'll start now. So in the last lecture, okay, that means in the last demo, we discussed only this. Observe here. This is Python full stack development course, right? So in this course, totally you are going to learn 6 subjects. One is Python, next one is Django, and next REST API, and then Flask and UI basics like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap, and then SQLite 3 and MySQL database tools. Total 6 subjects we are going to learn. So in this, only one language, that is programming language, Python. So let's quickly complete what I discussed in the last lecture so that the continuation will be there. So first, Python language. And remember that to learn remaining subjects in Python full stack development, first of all, you should learn Python because it's our main language, core language. Without having knowledge of Python, you can't move towards Django, REST API, and Flask other subjects. So our main focus is on Python only. As I said in the last lecture, Python only it will take 45 to 50 working days. Okay, after completion of Python, then we'll start Django, REST API, and other frameworks. So let's talk about Python. As I said, Python is a programming language, right? So which is used to write coding part for the application development. In entire Python full stack development, any application if you develop, complete logic code we are going to write using a language called Python only. So that's what you must have the strong knowledge on Python first. That's what we are focusing Python only from now onwards for 45 days to 50 days. Then once you complete Python or once you good at Python coding, then you can start development of web application using Django framework. This is our next subject. So already I explained about Django, what is what in the last lecture. I am trying to explain again just for new students who joined today. So Django is a framework. It is not a programming language, which is used to develop the web applications. So it's a framework. It's not a language. So Django framework through we can develop what applications? Web applications. So web application meaning is what? The application which will provide the services over the web is called web applications. Whatever the service over the web we are providing, that is web application services. For example, Flipkart, Amazon, online SBI, these are the web applications examples. And if you want to develop web applications in Python full stack, you must use a framework called Django framework. And Django is a Python-based web development framework because Django framework completely written in which language? Python language. So that's the reason to learn Django, Python is the prerequisite subject. Yes, it must. So without having Python knowledge, you can't continue with Django, right? But to learn Python, no prerequisite subject. So to start with Python programming, is there any basic knowledge is required like C language, C++ means undoubtedly not required. Because Python is a basic language, you can start from Python directly. No knowledge is required priorly. And there is one more framework we are going to discuss like REST API. So REST API is also a framework and not language, which is used to develop APIs for web applications. So in REST API, REST means what? Representational state transfer, and API means application programming interface. So the API concept is very important in real time. Who really focused to develop web application through that applications, what services do you want to provide to your customers, So that services purpose compulsory API is required. So API is a software tool which enables the web application to communicate with other application. So the examples are, for example, you are interacting with the Swiggy app. The Swiggy app, what purpose we use generally to order the food. After selecting the food items, and we need to do the payment. So for making the payment, your Swiggy application should communicate with banking application, and banking application should communicate with Swiggy application for making response. But in between request and response, who is there as a mediatory service means API tool. So API software tool act as a middleman service or mediatory service, taking the request from concerned app, and that request can be sent to the banking app. And again, the banking app will give the response to the API. The API will give response to the concerned app. So this is application to application communication is very quite common in real time. So even though after implementing Django web applications, do you want to provide services through your web applications? For every web application is required some API. How to generate API means by using REST API subject. Okay. Yes, REST is an architectural pattern or design pattern. Using this pattern, whatever the APIs we are creating, that is called REST API. And there is another framework also there in Python full stack, Flask. Flask is a framework again, which is completely written in Python language. So Python framework it is. So Flask learning purpose, Python is prerequisite. So Flask framework is used to develop single page web applications. Flask is a Python based micro framework which can be used to write microservices programming in generally. So it's a small framework. So we can develop small scale applications. So medium scale and large scale application development purpose, we have Django framework. And so far, whatever I explained, like Python language, three frameworks about Django, REST API, Flask, these are all under comes into backend development. Because in full stack development, two things will be involved, two main components, front end component and back end component. The backend is programming language, Python, and the framework is Django REST API Flask, and the database is SQLite and MySQLite. So these are the database tools which we are going to use in our Python full stack development. So one language, frameworks, and database. These three are the parts of backend application development. But what will be the front-end application development means? Front-end application development means completely UI basics. So user interfaces these are. So user has to interact with the pages, right? So like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, Bootstrap, these are all user interfaces technologies. So this is front-end development process. So in the Django time, okay, once we complete Python within 45 days to 50 working days. So once we begin Django, at that time we will also include front-end UI technologies and SQL related topics also will be there in full stack development. So this is what I explained in the last demo lecture yesterday, which was happened. Okay, so I hope you got clarity, even new joinees today who are okay. So now here onwards, my focus is on Python only. So without having Python knowledge, okay. And I forgot to tell you one thing for new joinees today. Only Python core and advanced course duration is 45 working days to 50 working days. That means up to 2 months. And if you are looking for full stack along with frameworks and UI basics, database basics, and with Python, so full stack development course duration is 4 months minimum. Okay. So this is, and every day recorded video will be uploaded to your Google Drive along with complete each and every subject PDF material. So let's begin with Python today because our main focus should be on Python. So after that, we'll start remaining subjects orderly. So as I said that Python is a programming language, right? So any programming language can be used to write coding part or logic part for the application development. But what type of language it is? Okay. So Python is a general purpose language. What does it mean? So that means Python was designed and developed for different types of application development, not only specific application development. Yes, Python was not designed for specific application implementation. It's designed for general application implementation. Like using Python, we can develop web applications, gaming applications, network-based applications, testing applications, and moreover, Python is very popular and famous for data analysis, data science, and data visualization also. And using Python, we can also develop IoT things like Internet of Things and AWS, DevApps. Anywhere we can use Python script. So that's the reason Python is called as general purpose programming language. That meaning is what? Using Python, we can implement any type of applications, what I mentioned. Okay. And Python is high level programming language. Yes, it's high level programming language. What is the meaning of high level? So if you consider any programming language is high level, that means all the low level activities will take care by programming language itself. So as a programmer, you need not to contribute or you need not to write any explicit logic for internal or low level activities. Okay. For example, I'll tell you. So as a Python programmer, if I write some lines of code in my program, okay, for example, 10 to 15 lines code is ready. The moment when I hit the enter run button, automatically the code will be executed and we will get quickly a proper output in output window. So, but how the output is going to be prepared? Okay, directly will it come or will it produce or else internally some process is required? Obviously, internally some process is required, right? But internal process purpose, we are not going to contribute any logic. We are focusing on what to do, what is our requirement. Based on requirement, we have already written the logic. So that logic through, we are expecting some proper output. But internally, so many things will be involved. That purpose, we are not at all writing any explicit logic. So internal activities, all by default, it will take care. What are the internal process generally? Right. Whenever the program will begin, Python interpreter will check. Okay, Python interpreter will check all the line by line code execution and whatever the objects are required, some memory should be allocated. Okay, and some objects are required security, that security measurements need to be takes place, and also exceptions information like whenever the runtime errors are there, anything cross verification is there. So these are all low level activities. But for these low level activities, we are not writing any logic, but internally Python only will take care just because of it is high level language. So high level language means all the low level activities which is necessary to run our application, that will take care by Python language itself only. So it is high level language. Okay. Next, Python is interpreted programming language. Interpreted programming language. What is meaning of interpreted? So let's talk about this little bit more. Now, these are the compiler-based programming languages, right? As you know that already, C, C++, Java, and C#.NET are the compiler-based languages. When it comes to Python, JavaScript, TypeScript, okay, Shell script, all the scripting language mostly interpreted language only. So this is interpreted programming languages, interpreted based Python. I'm saying that Python is an interpreted programming language. That means what? See, for example, if I take the compiler based languages like C, C++, Java, C#.NET, if I write some 30 lines of code, for example, okay, 30 lines of code I have written. So whenever I start to run the program in these languages, whole program at a time will check how many number of lines I have written already. Whole program at a time will check. And after checking it, if any compilation issues are there, then it produce compilation errors. So if there is no compilation issues, then directly it will go for execution. So that means in the compiler based languages, program how much code you have written, no matter. Entire the code will be processed at once and it will execute at once. So that is compiler based. But when it comes to interpreted based, same 30 lines of code if I write in Python standard, the code will check line by line. That means first line will check. If it is correct, then the interpreter will go to next line. If that line also correct, again interpreter will go to next line. So the line by line code will process and execute in interpreted based language. So 30 lines whole program at a time will not process in Python. Rather than line by line code will check because of it is interpreted language. So Python is an interpreted language. No matter how many number of lines of code you have written in your program, the code will begin from the first line and it's move on next line, line by line. All of a sudden, for example, at line number 5, there is an issue or error. Immediately Python interpreter will stop the execution and on which line error occurred, that line error will display. So this is interpretation programming Python language. So that's what we never notice while executing Python programs, like number of errors. How we notice generally while working with C language or C++, Java, .NET. So any number of errors occur. For example, 10, 15 errors are there. The 10 errors will display at once in the error window, right? So, but in Python, you never seen that the number of errors, only one error at a time you are going to see. Right now, currently on which line error is there, that error will disclose to you. That error only you have to be focused because of it is interpreted language. So error handling or Python tracing. Tracing means line by line code checking. It will be easy in Python because it is interpreted language. When it comes to other languages, just because of compiler based whole program at a time will check and execute. So this is the difference between compiler as well as interpreter. Right. Next, Python is a dynamically typed programming language. Dynamically typed. So again, when it comes to these languages, these are all statically typed. What is statically typed? I'll tell you that. And when it comes to Python, I'm saying that it is dynamically typed. Dynamically typed language. So the languages which are already compiler based, these are statically typed languages. Then Python is dynamically typed. It is one of the important feature in Python. Dynamically typed means. So what is the dynamically typed? Let's talk about that. Generally, if you take any existing languages apart from Python, like C, C++, Java, C#, .NET, so how to declare the variables? Okay, yeah. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Mr. Narendra. The JavaScript, TypeScript, Shell script, all the scripting language mostly interpreted only. Okay, yeah. Now, if you want to declare any variable, like in any language, like C language, C++, Java, C#, .NET, so this is what syntax we follow, right? So the syntax to declare the variable is data type, variable name equals to value. This is common declaration. For example, here data type is integer and then variable name is a equals to 100 is the value. So this is very common syntax which we follow in these languages because of these are statically typed. Let me give clarity about statically and dynamically means what. Statically means during the program writing time. Dynamically means during the program execution time. So note this point. Statically means during the program writing time and dynamically means during the program execution time. So these languages are statically typed. That means during the program writing time only, you must declare the data type of the variable, what value you are assigning. For suppose here I'm trying to give the string like Durgasoft. So, but you mentioned what type it is, integer type. This is wrong data type, right? So obviously it is error. So in these languages, programmer has to know about the data types priorly. Means programmer should have the clarity on data types what value they are assigning to the variables and what type he should mention. He must have the clarity in these languages, especially while dealing with C, C++, Java, C Sharp, .NET, because these are statically typed languages. And while writing the program only, programmer has to decide the data type correctly. If wrong data type, again it will give compilation error. But when it comes to Python, Python is a dynamically typed. We don't have any problem in this Python language, because in Python, to declare data type, very simple, you have to mention simply variable name and equals to value. That's it. And this is the syntax in Python. Variable name a equals to value is 100. That's it. So we don't need to include any data type explicitly, because I said Python is a dynamically typed nature. Dynamic means runtime during the program execution. So based on the value what we are assigning to the variable a, automatically the Python will decide for the variable a is data type. So data type internally will decide by Python only. You need not to define any data type explicitly for this variable a. Okay, so this is important point you notice. So that's what priorly in Python language, priorly programmer need not to know about data types. So they focus only variable name and they focus only values, what values they want to assign. So this is directly, we are initializing the values to the variables, right? It's okay. This is dynamically typed. Let's quickly show the example. Okay, so no need to think much more about data types. What type should I assign for variable? Only you can focus on value and variables only here. This is just because of dynamically type. It is one of the user-friendly feature in Python, which is not there in other languages, because all other existing languages are statically typed and Python is a dynamically typed. So no need to define any data type while working with variables and values. So Python interpreter only will decide the data type at the time of running the program based upon the value. Let's show you quick example. For showing the example, I am opening default editor tool of Python that is called Ideally. So this is integrated development learning environment. So you may get doubt how it comes out. Don't worry. Our tomorrow session is completely, I'll show you how to set up of Python, how to download it and install it, what are the editors will be there. We will discuss in tomorrow. Don't worry that. Just for time being, I'm trying to open Ideally. And the moment when I open integrated development learning environment tool, this is editor tool of Python. So you can try to declare int a equals to 100. So obviously it is invalid syntax in Python, because Python is what type of language? Dynamically typed language, right? Yes. So dynamically typed language means during the program execution, data type has to be decided, but you have written directly mentioning the data type here. So that's not correct. You will see the syntax error. But this syntax is very quite common in any language. So it's a valid in any language except Python. So as I said that Python is a dynamically language. So based on the value, data type will decide automatically internally. So you need not to mention any type. So explicitly. So let's give that a value 100. This is correct syntax. If you want to print, then simply you can use print a. So usage of print function is optional here. So not required. Only a also you can type, you are getting value like this. Either you can use print of a or you can use only a. So did I mention any data type for my variable a? No. Then how Python will decide automatically the data type for your variable a based on the value what I supplied? But for your curiosity, if you want to know what data type is assigned for variable a, means there is a concept called type is a concept like built-in function. Using this type function, you will get what data type of your variable a. You can see it's showing that integer type. For example, again, I'm trying to say b is my variable name. Now this time 34.56 is a float value, 3.56, and b I'm typing. If you want to know the type of b also, type function you can type. So float is assigned. So this is user friendly because we need not to focus much more on data types. So based on the value, data type automatically decided by Python. This is the specialty in Python language, which is not there in other language. So in other language, you must and should specify the proper data type priorly before going to execute your program. Otherwise, it will give error. But in Python, just focus on variable name and what value do you want to store. That's it. Okay, it's a dynamically typed language. But most important point I want to tell you, just because of we are not going to decide the data type explicitly from our side, it doesn't make sense Python do not have data types. It's having a lot of data types like integer, float, bool, complex. Even it's having lot of data structures like string, list, tuple, and many more. Only the thing is, just because Python is dynamically typed language, we are not going to decide the data type explicitly from our side. Okay, so Python only will decide. So it's a dynamically typed language. And then Python is finally case sensitive programming language. Means the cases are very important to manage. Case sensitive programming language. What are the cases? Like if you mention any variable name like lowercase or uppercase, so cases are matter here. Okay. So lowercase name means you have to access with lowercase only. Uppercase name means you have to access with that uppercase only. If you access with wrong case, it will give an error. Let's have a look into that once. But suppose here the name equals to Mohan. It's my variable name is name and the Mohan is the value, right? So then press enter. Let me print the name. Okay. If I'm trying to print capital letter name, you will see that error will come because you mention your variable name, small case, lower case, but you are trying to access with capital N. So it is giving name error. Look at this, the name error, the name NAME is not defined. Okay. So I have to be very particular in the cases. Lowercase means lowercase through only have to access, uppercase means uppercase through only have to access. So once the moment I use print name, so we are getting the name here. So this is case sensitive language. So ultimately, Python is a general purpose, high level, interpreted, dynamically typed, and case sensitive programming language. So general purpose means using Python, you can develop any type of applications, for example, web applications, standalone or desktop applications, gaming applications, data science, and AI, ML, AWS, DevOps, and network-based application, database applications, all whatnot. And high level means all the low level activities will take care by default in Python. So no need to contribute any logic for high level activities like low level activities. Interpreted language, line by line code will check and execute. Dynamically typed, no need to decide the data type priorly during the program writing time. During the program execution time only, data type will allocate for your variables. And it's a case sensitive language. Okay, fine. Next, the question is why nowadays Python is most preferred language to learn. Okay, most of them are looking forward Python, right? So why? What are the reasons? Very simple reason. As I said that Python is a general purpose. You can develop any sort of applications. So if you know about Python, how to manage the code and all, anyway, in any applications, you need some Python script. Instantly, we can finish our task within the simple script of Python because Python offers lot of built-in libraries. That means Python is rich in library. So the libraries which is provided by Python language that no other language can be provided, okay, to fulfill their application requirements. That's what Python is one of the popular language, especially which is mainly used in data science, AI and ML, DevOps, AWS, and so on. Okay, it's having lot of libraries. So Python offers network related libraries. Python offers embedded, okay, VLSI libraries, MATLAB libraries. Python offer gaming libraries. Python offer web application development libraries, any libraries. Library is nothing but what? It's a built-in code. So built-in code means already the code was developed and it is ready to use. That indicates what? Ready-made resources. So most of the cases in Python, directly the code is available with the form of libraries. As a Python developer, you must know how to import that libraries to use in your application. Okay. So it's having huge standard library. That's what Python became a popular language, one of the most commonly used language in real time. And that too, compared to other existing languages. Okay. So compared to other existing languages, Python syntaxes are very simple and straightforward. So normally, if you write any logic in other language, right? Like, for example, if you want to add two numbers, so we can write in other language how it is, like so many things need to be involved. Class, for example, class name, okay, open bracket, close bracket, and then public, static, void, main, string array. So this is just example I'm telling you. This is in other language standards I'm writing. It's not in Python. And if you want to declare the variables A, B, C, and to initialize the values like this, okay, to initialize the values, and then C equals A plus B, and then system.out.println. If it is Java language, system.out.println, the C is I'm printing like this. So this much code need to be required. If you take any language like C, C++, C Sharp.NET or Java, just for adding two numbers, right? So structure will be little bit complex, we feel. But in Python, this much code is not required to write uh, to do adding two inputs like this. So simply you can handle with basic syntaxes, like you can see I'm opening ideally back again. So to add two numbers, simply you can declare the variables A value 23, B value 34, and C equals to A plus B, and simply C. We are getting output clearly. So as simple as that, Python script is there. So no need to do much more complex syntaxes here. So Python is offering a straightforward logics, no basic structures like syntaxes, rules, and regulations. It's compared to other languages, Python syntaxes are very simple and straightforward style. That's what most of the people are getting comfort while writing Python script. Easily they can able to manage. And also survival is important, right? In real time. Once you become a Python developer, so in reality, survival is very easy because it's not big deal to handle with Python script. So, but you must know about rules and regulations because Python is completely new features, new syntactical rules and regulations will offer. You have to adopt it here clearly. So already if you familiar with C language or C++, Java basics, you might get little confused here. The syntaxes are completely different but not much more complex syntax. It's a straightforward syntaxes only. So no need to struggle while dealing with Python code. And Python is very famous, very popular just because it's having huge standard libraries. If you take any requirement, if you take any application requirement, as I said, like data science, AI, ML, all the related application libraries are there. You have to consume it or access it. But this type of convenient will not be there in other languages, right? So once you starts with Python, development of your requirements, so easily we can fulfill and time taking process also not there here. Within quick span of time, we can implement the applications in real time because Python offer that much libraries built-in resources. But if you go through other sources like C, C++, Java, C Sharp.NET, if you do same requirement with these, a little bit time taking process because that don't offer much more reliable libraries which your application need really. So you have to implement from scratch. So that's the matter actually. Difference between Python and other existing languages comparable. So comparatively, Python is very simple and easy to learn and implement, and application development will be quickly we can implement. So it's not take much more time. Okay, right. And once you are having Python knowledge, your job profile means that means you can seek the job in different aspects. So if you go with once you have a uh, good coding knowledge in Python, you can look forward for data science or data analytical programmer or AI developer or ML machine learning developer, or else we can go through network programming. Yes, network programmers and embedded MATLAB and testing people, they were used before Python. The scripting purpose, they used many scripting languages, other languages, but nowadays many of them are migrated into Python because it offer better libraries compared to other existing languages. That's where Python can be most recommended language in these days. Now let's talk about a basic history of Python. Python was designed and developed by Guido van Rossum. He's the man who invented Python for the first time in the year of 1989. Python was designed and developed by Guido van Rossum in the year of 1989, and the first version of Python released in the year of 1991. The version of Python. So which versions are currently available? First version 0.9.0, it was not there right now. The support has been stopped. Later 1.x, again for 1.x also support has been stopped. Then 2.x, 3.x, we are in third version. See, there are a lot of subversions are there. Okay, here I'm not writing here, and no need to worry about all the subversions, because to observe the version system of Python, so I strongly recommend to visit this official website, python.org. This is official website. Okay, so if you visit this site, then what are the latest versions, you will come to know that. And I said that these are the version, 0 version in the 90s, 1, 2, 3. We are in third version right now. But Python is right now, even Python was designed and developed by initially Guido van Rossum. And right now Python is maintained by PSF, Python Software Foundation. Okay. Python is maintained by PSF, Python Software Foundation. Okay. So this foundation, Python Software Foundation community has literally stopped the support for 0 version and 1 version. They don't really recommend to use this 0 and 1 version. From 2 version onwards, we can use it now. So visit this official website python.org so that you will come to know what is the latest version, www.python.org. Now you say click on downloads option and you will notice 3.1, 3.3. This is the latest version. So if you want to see all the remaining versions, simply scroll down the window and you will look into this. These are the versions. Python 3.12, 3.13, 3.9, 3.10, 3.7, like this. But you notice in this list of all the versions, okay, so they don't included 0 version as well as 1 version, because I said Python Software Foundation people stop the support for 0 and 1 version, right? They were recommend to use 2 above version, they'll give future support. So any version you can use it, 2 version, 3 version. We are in right now third version, and this is the latest version, Python 3.1.3, 3.1, 3.3. And Python is completely cross-platform or platform independent style. That means what? Once you download and install Python, what operating system you have, no matter, it works on anywhere. Excuse me. For example, Python for Windows, Python for Linux, Unix, Mac OS, and other operating system. And Python is completely free and open source. Means you can feel free to visit this website, python.org, and you can see that clear documentation section also will be there. So documentation section. So documentation section means all the beginner's guide, developer's guide, facts. Okay. So PEP index, Python enhancement proposal, index rules and regulations. They mention it. You can follow these rules and regulations if you want. For the first time user, you may not understand. Okay. So by reading this document, if you have little bit idea already, then it is easy to understand. That's what here we are as a instructor or trainer to disclose the information in easy understandable manner. So I will discuss in upcoming sessions clearly what was there in Python. So each and every topic separately. Okay. So this is official website, and right now versions, these many versions, we are in third version. And every few couple of days after, you can observe the official document, there might be version change. Like today we are seeing 3.1, 3.3, right? But in after 10, 15 days or 1 month, if you look at that, so it might be different version, it will be appear. So small minor changes will be done from Python Software Foundation. So they can update that. So no matter which version you're using, third version only I'm going to use. But in tomorrow's session, we will discuss mainly how to download Python software and how to install it. Okay, so that is that is going to be happen tomorrow. Don't miss the tomorrow session. It is crucial one for everyone, because yesterday whatever you missed, that it's not a matter. I explained already what I discussed yesterday. That's theoretical part. And tomorrow is important session is going to happen. So at least you'll understand that how to download and install and what editors I'm going to include. So you're going to see that editors are very important, right? Because throughout learning of Python full stack, that editor through only I'm going to explain my all the topics. There are several editors are there to write Python script. So as per your convenient, you can choose right editor. But I will also disclose what is the best editor for beginners of Python. So tomorrow we'll disclose clearly this type of information. So don't miss tomorrow. And other than this, any questions from your side, you can feel free to ask me now. I'll help you regarding this. Okay. And do you have three more demo sessions in front of you? Okay, this is the second demo which we completed. So feel free to attend three more demo sessions. After that, you can decide whether do you want to continue with my lectures or not. Okay, feel free to take the decision. That's not a problem. So tomorrow onwards, the basic coding concepts will be begin after launching the editor tools, after installation of Python software. So slowly we'll start coding part with fundamental concepts. So that's all from my side today. If you have any question, you can feel free to ask me now. Okay. So the recorded videos every day after session, I'll upload in the Google Drive. Once your enrollment process is over, the recorded video folder I'll share into Google Drive. In that shared folder, everything, every day recorded video I'll upload orderly, like session numbers. And along with, you will receive the material, PDF material, core Python material, advanced Python, Django, accordingly what subject I'm going to deal right now. So orderly will send it now. Okay. Yeah. As I said that yesterday demo session. Okay. So if you enroll this course at the end of the Python full stack or only Python, you will never disappoint. That much guarantee I can give that you will be good, you will become good at coding for sure. Okay. So please feel free to continue the next three demo lectures. So for continuation is the continuation will leads to the concept clearly. So don't skip the session. At least tomorrow is important, because once you understand how to download and set up the Python, so it will be easy to manage the things in further sessions, right? So that's what I'm asking you. Don't miss tomorrow at least. And every session after, see, once the demo session's over, we will handle the WhatsApp group. The group of students will be there in that group. So if you have any questions while practicing and any doubts, you can feel free to post your questions with the screenshots over the WhatsApp group. So I'll assist you regarding that. Or else, meanwhile, in the class also, while session is running, if you have any doubts in the middle, you can raise your voice or raise your message in the chat box so that I can give the answer. Okay, fine. Yeah, obviously, this is the PDF which I included, right? So already yesterday I have shown that PDF documentation. So this is Python full stack core Python PDF will be there. This is the basic Python PDF which I prepared from my side for students. This is complete core Python PDF, only basic Python PDF with programs with clear picture. Each and every statement which I discuss in the class, it will be there in this. Okay. And advanced Python PDF. Advanced Python means object-oriented programming, classes, methods, encapsulation, polymorphism, constructors, destructors, so many file handling, multi-threading, lot of concepts included in advanced Python. This is only Python material, core and advanced. At the same time, Django web development. It is completely web development. It's having huge content because around 300 pages will be there. Django content it is. Okay. This is web development process completely. With clear picture will be there. Once you observe this documentation with you and recorded videos with you, then undoubtedly you will never get any confusion. So that much crystal clear I maintain the documentation for Flask and REST API, everything. It's a valuable document, I can say that. No doubt at all. You feel same thing after completion of your course. Okay. The tomorrow session to be continued. You can use the same link at same time, 7 a.m. Don't miss tomorrow. The installation process will happen. Yeah. And even our team at the end of this session, our team will send a mail to you regarding that course content as well as the demo links also, whoever not seen yesterday demo, even though which I explained today again, but you can watch the yesterday demo also if you want by clicking on the link. You will be redirected to YouTube channel directly. The demo videos of mine, this session will be there. And once your demo session's over, I'll collect your mail IDs from Durgasoft. Then I can start share my side, the video folder and material as well. Okay. So that's all from my side. Have a nice time. See you tomorrow. Right, let's start today's session. In the last lecture, we complete introduction to Python and Python full stack development subject related topics. Okay, so yesterday we discussed what is Python and what type of language it is and what is the difference between compiler based and interpreter based programming language and the history of Python and versions. We have looked into these versions, right? So today I'm going to show you how to set up Python, means how to download and install Python software. So to start with programming, to start with Python programming, then we need to install Python software, right? So first of all, before going to download and install Python, so first check in your system whether Python already installed or not. So how to check in our system whether Python already installed or not means simply we can go to command prompt, and there you can simply type Python hyphen version. So if you type this command Python space hyphen version, so it will be easily to find out so whether Python software already present in your system or not. You will come to know that. So this command we need to supply in command prompt. Okay. So to check Python is present or not, to check Python, then go to command prompt. Okay, go to command prompt and type this Python hyphen version. So let's see in my system right now, Python already there. So let me check whether it is available or not. Go to the command prompt by typing in search box command. So command prompt I'm opening. In this command prompt window, so I need to check Python is present or not. Okay, so how do we check? Simply Python space hyphen version. If I enter, then I'm getting the version number 3.13.2. That means in the previous batch, I installed this version Python 3.13.2. Right now in my computer, Python 3.13.2 is there. So let me uninstall this Python software from my computer so that I can show you the installation and downloading procedure again. So just for you to observe the steps here, okay? So let's uninstall right now by going to control panel. So let's go to the control panel of your system, and I'm clicking on uninstall program, and simply already which is available Python software in my machine. So I'm trying to uninstall it now. You can see Python 3.13.2, right click, uninstall. Why I'm doing this means, so just for showing the steps clearly, Python steps, okay? The installation procedure, you have to know that. From your side, you can do now today this installation procedure, and so that you can start your Python programming clearly. So observe the steps. It's not a big deal. Okay, Python software is a lightweight and a small software. You can easily download and install within the 2-3 minutes of time. It won't take much more time. And then to download and install Python software, no much more software configuration is required. So the basic configuration, which system you are using, that is enough because it's a lightweight and small software. Right now, uninstall is progress in my computer. So after that, I'll start download and install Python software. Almost done. Please give me a minute. Yes, uninstall successful. And then Python launcher also I'm trying to uninstall along. Right. Notice here, there is no Python software present in my computer right now, just because I uninstall from the system right now. Okay. Yes. Let's close this. Again, you can cross-check by going to command prompt. Just now what we did, same thing I'm repeating, you can observe. So just now which I passed this command Python space hyphen version, I got the version number 3.13.2, right? So now you can see we don't have any Python software right now in the system because I have uninstalled this Python. So Python was not found, it is saying. Okay, right. So close this. That means Python is not available. And if you want to set up the Python, so simply go to official website www.python.org, and there is a downloads option is there. Click on it. And now you can see I recommend to you to click on download Python 3.1, 3.3. It's the latest version. And if you want other versions like 3.1 to 3.10, 3.9, so these are the below section. These are the versions available. Which version you want, you can download it and install. Depends on your requirement. But let's go with this latest version. And as I said, that Python is completely cross-platform or platform independent, which can be run on Windows, Linux, Mac OS, other operating system. So all you need to do here, download Python 3.13, and simply you can see within the few seconds, your download complete. 3.13.3.exe file is there. Okay, let's close this window and go to the download folder from your computer. And there you can observe here Python 3.1, 3.3, and just double click on it to install this executable file in your system, and simply double click on it. Wait for some time here. Just observe this window. It's showing the two options, install now and customize installation. So I recommend to click on install now. So which includes, look at this, ideally integrated learning, the integrated development learning environment, and PIP Python install package and documentation. All these things are there. And before going to click on install now, so don't forget to activate these two checkboxes. These are very important because if you activate these two checkboxes, that means what actually the environment variables will be created and it will automatically configure with the operating system which is present in your computer. So what happens are if I don't activate these checkboxes means, so your operating system cannot recognize Python so path. So that's what it's unable to execute your Python programs. So that's the reason I recommend you to activate these checkboxes. After activation of these checkboxes, simply click on install now. And do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? Yes. And now setup is progress now. It takes few minutes, mostly maximum 1 or 2 minutes. It will take much more time. It won't take installation of set Python. So now you can see it's completed almost. Python installation is over. So no matter what editor you are going to use later while writing Python code, you must finish this step first. The step is required like Python download and install. So if you download and install Python software like this, you will get an interpreter. Interpreter is important, right, to execute Python programs. So that's the reason we must proceed this step first. After that, let me check again the version which is present in our computer right now. So go to command prompt again and simply type Python space hyphen version. See here. Okay, before few minutes, we have checked the version. It was 3.1, 3.2. When I uninstall and install it back, so it is showing 3.1, 3.3 right now. This is the latest version got installed, right? So this is the installation step for Python. And when we install this Python software, you will get a default editor that is ideally. So it means integrated development learning environment. Integrated development learning environment. This is ideally software. Okay. So integrated development learning environment. So this is the default editor actually, which is present in Python installation integration. But now it's time to show you how to write Python code and execute. So what are the options are there in front of us right now? So there are different ways to write Python code and execute. Okay, so let's talk about that. So different ways to write Python code and execute. Yes. So what are the options are there? The option number one, using interactive mode. Option number two, using script mode. Option number three, using Python ideally. Software which will come automatically when we install Python software ideally, right? This is editor tool, default editor. Using this editor also, we can do this. But now I'm using PyCharm editor. This is our continuation editor. This is the PyCharm editor. This editor through only I'll explain all the topics in my lecture upcoming sessions. PyCharm editor. This is the most popular and powerful editor for Python beginners especially. But you must know in the initial stage of learning Python, you must know that what are the options to write Python program, and after that you have to decide which editor is required or which editor is good for Python beginners and Python programs. Okay, so let's start with interactive mode. Anyway, I'm not going to use these three options in our upcoming sessions. Once I launch PyCharm editor, I'll continue all the lectures with this PyCharm editor only. Because what is the advantage? If you go through PyCharm editor, you will come to know when I start launching PyCharm editor. First, listen, I'm trying to introduce interactive mode. What is interactive mode here? Very simple. Whenever you install Python software, you simply go to the search and type ideally software. This is ideally, right? So click on it. You will be able to get one window. This window is nothing but interactive window. Notice this. This window is nothing but interactive window. So ideally, integrated development learning environment. Okay, this is the interactive window. So why we can call it as interactive window means, as a programmer, you can interact with this window by typing something. For example, I want to type hello, press enter, we got the output. Or you can write a simple programming. Okay, so any program. So try to add these two numbers, press enter, you will get an output here. So this is interactive window. So you can continue with Python programs with this window. Okay, so do you want to proceed to write Python programs with this window, interactive window? You can continue. Just interact with this window by typing your code and press enter. Then you will be able to see the output result clearly. Okay, so this is Python ideally shell or interactive shell also we can call it as. But the problem is when we type this programs here, you don't get generally IntelliSense options, right? IntelliSense means while typing the code and some populated windows and suggestions, okay, alerts, everything will come, but here it is not available. So you have to take your own risk to type Python code, whether it is case sensitive, like small case, uppercase, that all you need to take care from your side only. So there is no help. So it is typical to handle beginner level in this interactive window. If you want, you can continue. Next option, script mode option is there. This is the script mode. Script mode in the sense what? You should ready with your Python script. Means you can write how much code do you want and ready with the .py file extension. So that .py file extension is nothing but script mode. So once you ready with your Python script with the .py extension, that you can run it later. Okay, I'm showing you now how to write Python program using script mode option. Very simple. You can open Notepad editor. So do you know Notepad also is one of the plain text editor? This is the Notepad editor. Here I'm trying to type something like print. Here also notice this, there is no IntelliSense, no graphics. Okay, it's a plain text editor and you have to check spellings and all. Here itself, it is not showing any suggestions and all. So just I'm writing welcome to Durgasoft Python full stack online sessions. Just I'm trying to write this script. Yeah. So this is my Python code. but actually you must save this file with the .py. Notice this. How to save this file with the .py? Simply go to File menu and Save, okay, and choose the location where do you want to save. I'm choosing the location desktop. So now give the file name, any file name, like I'm giving sample.py. .py mandatory, remember, okay? So .py is the file name. In desktop, I'm saving. So click on save. Your Python script file was successfully saved. Sample.py. How much? Just simply I'm writing one line code only. If you want, you can write much more code, not a problem. So it's our intention is to show the different options to write Python code and execute, right? So let's close it now. So now you see there is a file created like sample.py file, but actually the logo is depicted here PC, PyCharm editor. The reason is I have already PyCharm editor is there in my computer. That's what the logo is affecting PC only. In your case, if you don't have PyCharm software in your computer, so you will see the logo is Python logo only. Okay, so it's not a matter of logo which is applied here. So file has created successfully. The next step is after ready with your script file, okay, so next step is you need to execute, right? Yes, the file which is already available, that is called script file, and to execute that file there are two ways are there again. The two ways I will say, I will tell you, like one way is using command prompt. Yes, command prompt through also we can execute your required Python file, and other way is by using ideally software already which we have. Okay, so let's show the execution process of Python file with command prompt. Okay, so go back to command prompt, open the command prompt, but make sure that here you must go to the location. So where your Python file is present right now, right? So my Python file present in desktop location. Look at this, this is the desktop location, but this desktop location, let's see, right click on it and simply, and just give me 1 second, show more options. Okay, I'm trying to find out the path. Actually, this path is present in OneDrive location. My desktop is present in OneDrive location. So that's what I'm just moving towards OneDrive location. So otherwise, in your case, directly you can pass desktop only. But in my case, the desktop is present in OneDrive. So that's what I'm moving towards OneDrive location, CD space OneDrive. CD means change the directory. Yes, I am into OneDrive location. After moving towards OneDrive location, again CD space desktop. So finally, I have moved into desktop location where my Python file is available. So once you are located in desktop, so Python file is there, right? So to execute Python file, simply pass the command Python, then sample.py, Python space sample.py, then press enter. Now you can see we got the expected result. Welcome to Durgasoft Python full stack online sessions. It's very simple. And even you can have shortcut like py space sample.py also. No need to type Python completely. So simply you can pass py. Py means Python only. Py space sample.py. Press enter. We got the output clearly here. So writing the code in Notepad and save with the .py extension, and go to the command prompt and execute your Python file. So this is the way to write Python script file with the Notepad, and after saving with .py extension, we are going to run through command prompt. So instead of command prompt option, you can also execute your Python file, already available script file, using ideally software. So just now I have opened ideally, right? So the moment when I open ideally, what was opened? So interactive window is opening now. We can see this. This is interactive window. But I don't want to write the code here because I have already my Python script file ready. So that I need to open it. How to open it? File menu, open. file menu, open. Okay, so, and where is your file located? Desktop. Now you can see sample.py, open it. Now you can see this is open here clearly. So whatever we have written, so simply here what to do, run menu is there and then run module. Why module? Yes, in Python, every .py file act as module only. Module means it's one file. Okay, I'll talk about module means what exactly later. So by default in Python, every .py file act as one module. So this module I'm going to execute. So simply click on run and run module, or else you can simply hit F5 key from your keyboard. So we got the output here. So this is the way to execute simply, which is already available file, script file in Notepad, so that we can open it in ideally and run it. But here, if you go through script mode here and writing code in one place like Notepad and execution in another place, right? If you have any problem, again, you have to visit that place and do some editing and come back and save and run. So these are the options actually. Here and there we need to move. But instead of moving here and there, so just go with the third option like Python ideally software directly. So when we go through this third option using Python ideally, so directly open Python ideally software, there only you can create a file, okay, and write the code, save and run. Everything we can do in one location. So that I'm showing right now using Python ideally here. So let's show that how to write code in ideally software directly without depending on command prompt or notepad. So let's open ideally. Again, you will be notice the interactive window is opening. But now here I want to create a separate file. So how to prepare separate file means simply file menu and there is a new file option is there. Okay. So click on new file and there is untitled window is opening and here you can write how much code you want. So simply I'm writing the simple logic. Now you can see whenever the moment I'm writing the logic, so it's not going to uh, what we can say showing any intelligence or option suggestions. So directly we are printing this and save this now. So without saving you can't run it now. You can see run module. So it is asking source must be saved. Okay to save. Okay, let me cancel it. Saving is important. So let me save this file again in a desktop or any location. And I'm trying to give this time test.py. Save it. Once saved successfully, and now you can see run this run module. We are getting the output is 30, right? So this is the way to create a new file in ideally software and write the code how much you want and save it and run it in one location. But the problem here also, there is no intelligence, suggestions, what mistake you're doing. Instantly, it will not find out. So look at this wanted, I'm going to remove the bracket. But if I remove the bracket, is there any indication that you are doing mistake here? No. Okay, so save changes and run this. You can see after execution only you will come to know what mistake done. So the bracket was never closed it is. Okay, so while writing or during the program writing, you don't get any alerts that you are doing some mistake here. So this is the problem we notice in this IDLE software, and even there is no intelligence and much more suggestions will not be populated here. So as a programmer, you need to take your own risk to write Python code. So I recommend already who is having the rules and regulations about Python. So I recommend them to use these three options. Anyone like interactive mode, script mode, Python ideally like this. At a beginner level, okay, if you are new to Python programming, so I strongly recommend to use proper editors like PyCharm editor, which I'm going to launch now. And if you are not interested to work with PyCharm, you can go through your own editor like VS Code, Visual Studio Code also better. And some students They may go with different editors like Jupyter, Spider, Anaconda Distribution, Atom, okay, and even Edit Place, okay, Notepad plus plus, Sublime Editor. There are a lot of editors are there. So editors are just nothing but to edit your program, okay? Any programming logic we can edit by using editor tools. So the editor tool is a software where we can write our code and execute and run. Okay, this is the main purpose of editor. But what I said just now, like Jupyter, Spider, Atom, Anaconda, these editors are especially for data science who are working with data science or data analytical program using Python. For them, I suggest these Jupyter, Spider, Anaconda, and all. But exclusive Python programmers who are into completely, especially full stack development, I recommend to use proper editor like PyCharm or Visual Studio Code. So compared to Visual Studio Code, so PyCharm is having better option because it's having graphical user interface more. So you feel very comfort uh, while writing Python script in PyCharm editor because it's having lot of features. Okay, so you can edit your program easily. And while writing Python script in PyCharm editor, so there is lot of suggestions and populated windows and intelligence options. Moreover, it will come so that you never feel difficulties to write Python code in PyCharm. So now it's time to launch PyCharm editor finally. Once I launch PyCharm editor, and then from here onwards, our concepts and lectures will be all with PyCharm editor only, sir. Okay? Yes. But already I have PyCharm editor in my system. Look at this, go to the search and simply type PyCharm. I have already PyCharm community edition is there. So that I need to uninstall now so that I can show you the installation process step by step easily so that you will also set up from your side today, right? So let's go to control panel. So let's uninstall the PyCharm community editor from my computer right now. So you can see this PyCharm community edition. Yes, right click and uninstall it simply so that I can show you how to download from where we have to download this PyCharm editor and installation. You will see that. And one more important thing, some students will do what? Without installation of Python and directly they try to install PyCharm editor. Not possible. Okay, you can download and install PyCharm editor without Python installation. You can able to write Python code, but you can't execute because if you don't install Python, your interpreter will not be there, right? So if you don't have Python interpreter, you can't run your Python program. That's the important thing. Interpreter is required. So any editor you can set up. Before that, you must and should check whether Python installed in your computer or not by going to command prompt simply Python space hyphen hyphen version. So if Python not there, try to install Python first. Then after you can go through any editor setup like PyCharm or Visual Studio Code or anything. Now it's time to set up PyCharm editor. First you have to download it, then after install it. Okay. So how to download? Wait, from where to download here? So simply go to search, Google search, download PyCharm. You can type in search box, download PyCharm. So click on download PyCharm and simply you can see this. This is jetbrains.com PyCharm available. So this is the jetbrains.com official website it is, which is developed PyCharm editor. So this is integrated development editor PyCharm again. So it provides, you can see there is a right hand side, some description will be there. PyCharm is an integrated development environment used for programming in Python. It provides code analysis and graphical user interface debugging. All the options are available here. Okay, let's click on this first link, jetbrains.com, and notice this PyCharm professional it is. Don't click on it. Okay, so wait some time. This is professional editor. This IDE, especially for data science and web development. So even after completion of Python course, right, we will start web development with Django, REST API, other frameworks. At that time, we recommend to use this PyCharm Professional. You can also use PyCharm Professional right now also, but this is only for trial version, right? Free 30-day trial. So only maximum 30 days we can use it. After 30 days, the evolution period will be expired. So you have to get license from jetbrains.com. That I don't really recommend. So that's what you can scroll down little bit. So you will find one more option, PyCharm Community Edition. So this I recommend to install it. So PyCharm Community Edition, the integrated development environment for pure Python development. Yes, we are focusing on Python, right? So core and advanced Python programming. So that I am recommending you to download this one. Click on download and your download will begin. So it takes 1 minute, less than 1 minute of time to download this PyCharm community. And after that, you have to begin the installation. So the installation process very simple. You just go with the flow by hitting next, next, next and install. It won't take much more time again. It's also lightweight software. And from here onwards, I'll write complete Python programs using this PyCharm editor. Or if you are familiar with Visual Studio Code also, you can do it no problem at all. Okay, right. Almost done. Yeah. So PyCharm community editor installed successfully, download successfully. And let's go to the downloads folder from your computer. So after download successful and try to install it by hitting double click on it. So just going double downloads folder and there is a PyCharm community. Double click on PyCharm community.exe. When you double click, you can see this. Do you want to allow this app to make changes? Yes. And there is a PyCharm installation wizard will be there. Welcome to PyCharm Community Edition setup and click on next and click on next. Destination folder will be C drive only. Click on next and activate all these checkboxes better because this checkbox is for creating desktop icon and this checkbox is important automatic path setting to your operating system and this is for context menu or menus folders will create and this is .py. So why .py extension I'm activating means whenever you add a new file in PyCharm editor, so the file name is enough along with file name. Every time no need to give .py extension to save the file. So that's what I'm giving .py extension here. So let's click on next, click on install. So it will take few seconds again to complete this installation process. Wait few seconds. Let me launch the PyCharm editor now. How it is look and feel. Okay, so what are the main settings are there? I'll disclose now. Just a moment. Yeah, you can do it, no problem. Online, so many will be there available. So you can instantly do it also, no problem.
Sir, actually, I lost your voice in the installation option. I mean, uh,
Hmm.
I need to checkbox the create desktop option and remaining update content options.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All options, sir.
Yeah, you can select because that's better. Manually, no need to give later, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Update path variables also.
Yeah, that is important. That only important. Remaining, it's
Uh,
not a matter. That is main
okay.
important thing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Almost done. Yes. So after completion of your installation, there is a complete PyCharm community edition setup, and it is asking reboot now, means restart your computer, or else you can choose I want to manually reboot later. So I don't want to restart now. So I want to do manually reboot later. So click on finish. And now you can see you can launch PyCharm editor here. Excuse me. How to launch PyCharm editor? So simply the desktop shortcut created, right? So simply double click on it, and or else we can go to search PyCharm. PyCharm Community Edition, click on it. And for the first time, how the look and feel, you can see this, what options need to be select here. Yes, I don't want import. Yeah, skip import. Now you can see this is the first time you will see the window after launching PyCharm editor. So welcome to PyCharm, and create a new project to start from scratch or open existing project from disk or version control, they are saying. So only Python script, not project related things, means you can select first option. Only one Python program do you want to write? Or else do you want to create a complete folder like project folder? So folder is nothing but it contain many Python files. Later we can include as many as you want. And if you have already project folder from your computer, you can open it and choose the location of your computer and open that project. Or else do you have a code in repository systems like GitHub repository or version control system? So that is, we can click on this last option. But my plan is today I want to create a new project folder. So from now onwards, I can use this project folder in our upcoming sessions also daily. So click on new project folder. Now you can see left hand side automatically the pure Python option is there. I'm selecting pure Python program, and the location will be by default like this: C users, your computer name, PyCharm projects. Second. C drive, PyCharm projects, and Python project name is this. Okay. Do you want to save or create the project folder in this location? You can, or else if you want to change the location, simply go to the folder option, browse it, select the location, select the location in which drive do you want to create a project. Like if you have other drives, you can select other drives like D drive or E drive or some case like this. Okay. Or else if you want to create the same location exactly, what is the location it's showing? So you can go through the same location right now. Here you can see the location is, this is PyCharm projects, Python project, 7 a.m. I'm preparing. Yes, this is my project folder name, Python project 7 a.m. Okay. So, and don't do any changes and all. Simply click on create it here now. Okay, once the moment I click on create, so it's going to create some virtual environment. Look at this, creating virtual env. So what is virtual env? See, virtual env is an isolation environment. Means it is going to create a separate environment for your Python project folder. And from now onwards, that whatever you do modifications or install any packages or uninstall packages from this project folder, so in the current environment only the changes will impact other environments, other project, what you are going to deal in your computer, so that will not get disturbed. So that's the reason for every project virtual environment will be created automatically. Okay. Yes. That means you are doing all the operations current environment, that is virtual environment. So let's adjust this windows. So like drag and drop is there here. So this is the project folder. There are so many files will be create later part. Will discuss these files and all, which is unnecessary for us. Internal files, libraries and packages, everything will be available, which is required for Python development. So now we don't have any Python file, right? So we need to add the Python file to write programs. If you want to see the location of your project, this is the location exactly manually if you want to go to the location. And the next what my plan is to do, so I need to add some files to write programs, how it is. So simply right click on Python project 7am folder and simply go to new. And there is a Python file option you are looking. So you have to select this one. So what happen if we select this one? Yeah, it is a text file. Okay, it's a text file completely. So this text file also you can select, but the matter is you have to give file name along with the .py extension. Okay, so that's what I'm selecting Python file. So I need not to give .py extension here. So right click on Python project 7am, go to new and Python file. Okay, so give the name of the file test. .py I'm not giving observe here because at the time of installation I have clearly mentioned .py activation of checkbox, right? So press enter after giving the file name test. So you are going to see the test file has created successfully. Okay, it's created successfully. So once it's created successfully means it's allowing to write Python code here. So the moment when I try to write some print here, PRI, so look at this, automatically some IntelliSense option is coming. So this is helpful to write Python program fast when compared to Notepad editor or other editor, right? So whatever you want to write that it is present in IntelliSense means simply type, press enter, automatically it will capture from IntelliSense. So I'm writing some welcome message like this. And do you want to execute this program? Simply right click on test.py tab and run test. They are saying like run test, click on run test. In the bottom corner of the PyCharm editor, you are going to see the output window here. Welcome is output here. So this is output window. This is code writing window. And the left hand side, what is there? You can manage your project folder and files here only. And you can see this is output, right? Once we got the output here in the terminal, like output window, if you do editing again, one more line, if you add like this hello, and no need to right click again and run test every time after doing changes, already you have executed once, right? So come to the output window, so simply refresh it here, so rerun, so automatically the output is affected here. So this is the way to write Python code and execute in PyCharm editor. But do you want to do any small settings like background theme changing and incrementing the font size? So you can do all by going to setting option, like click on file menu. There is a settings option is there. Once you click on settings and the left hand side, you are going to see the appearance. The theme is dark right now. Do you want to select light theme? You can select it. And then also, do you want to increase the font size? Simply, you can go to the editor option. Click on editor option, and there is a font option is clearly available. Click on font, and the default font will be 13. If you want, you can increase how much you want. You can increase size. I'm increasing 20, so it's clear visibility. So we are getting the font size incrementing here. So like this, any number of files you can add it. If you, I'm working with right now test.py. So later I want to create one more file. Right click on project folder, go to new Python file, test1, press enter. You are writing test1.py right now. So you can type anything. Okay. So like this, simple programming I'm starting. Okay. Then print C. So do you want to execute this one for the first time? Compulsory how to go to right click on it and test one. So test one is running. So this is the way to manage your files, Python files with PyCharm editor. So look at this. By wantedly, I'm removing the bracket here, right? So once I remove the bracket, so automatic error indication will be there by looking like for looking underline red squiggly is there. That is the clear indication that your program is having some mistake. Forcefully, if you run, then what will happen? You can see the error window is saying syntax error. In which line number also it is saying clearly line number 4. So I have to rectify that and refresh. It's working fine. So this is how we are managing PyCharm editor. From now onwards, our complete lectures will be in Python, PyCharm editor only. Okay. So that's all for today from my side. So this is successfully installed and set up as done. And from your side also you can do same thing, same procedure by following this. And once you're ready with this editor setup, so then from tomorrow onwards, our coding will begin by including some fundamental concepts, which is really important before going to continue all Python lectures. So we'll start coding part from tomorrow. Okay. So still you have two more demo sessions tomorrow and day after tomorrow. Feel free to attend the demo sessions. After that, you can decide.
Uh, I have one question.
Tell me.
Yeah. What are the other folders that I think you might have mentioned, but I would have missed it? What are the other folders like scripts,
These are
the
the, yes, yes.
PYV environment?
The Python virtual environment configuration file and scripts is nothing but there are a lot of script files there. These are supportive files we can say because Python, I said in the last lectures while giving introduction, Python having lot of libraries which will come with built-in libraries. So in the process of developing any application basically, so these libraries will help to use the resources. So that's what these are the built-in libraries and packages will be there. So we don't need to concentrate much more on it because directly we are in a position to use it from here only directly. So all available in project folder. These are the library files, resources. See, normally when we install any software, some supportive files are required, right? So to run properly your project. So this is the supportive file which will be available here. So a lot of files and libraries, site packages. So these are all available. Later in upcoming sessions, so while sessions are going to be progress, so you will understand what is lib and site packages, all these things clear. Right now, at this moment, it's not required to concentrate on it. And not only these libraries, if we have some additional libraries which will not come by default. So you have to install explicitly. That also possible how to install explicitly also. I'll tell you in a situation wise. So that's all from my side today. So still you have two more demos. You can feel free to attend tomorrow and day after tomorrow by using the same link. You can join at same time. After that, if you want to continue with my lectures, all regular sessions, you must enroll after 2 days demos.
Thank
What
you, sir.
yeah, advanced topic means yes, in advanced Python, lot of topics are there, right? So object-oriented programming, encapsulation, polymorphism, inheritance, abstraction, multi-threading, regular expressions, file handling, lot more, pandas, matplotlib, data analysis, visualization. Our team will send the content, course content. Please check over there, which I have included what are the advanced Python topics. That's better. The course content provided through mail already. So you can click on that link, and also along with that course content link, our team will send the previous demo lecture link also. You can find that mail. If you join in this session through valid mail, so automatically you will receive the mail from our team. Okay. So thanks for attending this session. So please continue tomorrow and day after tomorrow also, so that it will be good for you to understand further sessions. Have a nice time. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And be ready with this setup, so it'll be better to practice from tomorrow itself.
Thank you.
Right, let's start today's session. So in the last lecture, of Python, we will discuss about how to download and install Python software and how to set up Python completely we discussed, right? So even we have launched the editor called PyCharm editor. So from now onwards, I'm going to use PyCharm editor to write continuation programs in Python language. So let's open what we discussed in the last lecture. So this is the setup of Python. After download and install Python software, I have shown clearly what are the different ways to write Python code and execute. So using interactive mode, using script mode, using Python IDLE, and using PyCharm editor. So finally, we have launched the PyCharm editor, right? Yesterday, what I have shown clearly, download and install PyCharm editor also. Now let's open today PyCharm editor and open our existing project folder. So first of all, to enter into PyCharm, go to search and simply type PyCharm. There you will find PyCharm Community Edition, right? So in this, click on it, PyCharm Community Edition. In recent times, what project I worked, that project folder is opening directly. But notice this is not your project, okay? So it is looking like Python project 10 AM. But how to open your project? File menu, open option here is there, open project folder. You can see, click on open. And where is your project located? You can see I have clearly created my project in C drive, users, okay? And then computer name and PyCharm projects folder is there. You notice that PyCharm projects and your project folder is here, Python project 7 AM. Click on OK and it will ask you where do you need to open this window or new window or attach or cancel. If I click on this window, in this current window only the project folder will be open. If I click on new window, completely extremely new window will be created and on that window your project will be open. If you click on attach, means already right now we are in Python project 10 AM, right? Below one more folder will be attached, that is Python project 7 AM. So I'm clicking on this window, so it will be override, replace. Now, yesterday we done some settings, right? But default look and feel is not like this. PyCharm editor, I have changed wantedly. The color is light color theme instead of dark theme. And also even I increased the size of the font. So from 13 to 20 like that. So this is the programs which we have seen in the last lecture, like test.py, test1.py, two files I created. Like from now onwards, any number of files we can create it by using this project folder. So observe here, we are in test.py. If you want to execute test.py, simply right click on test.py tab, run test. We are having welcome, hello, which is present in output terminal. And if you go to the test one, again, if I want to execute, then right click and click on it, you are getting output like this only. Okay, yeah. And one more important thing I want to disclose here. Okay, why mostly proper editor we have to use instead of other editors? What are the main advantage when we start use proper editor like PyCharm? Okay, so which is really recommended editor for beginners who are learning Python from the scratch. So you can look at this program A10, B20, C equal to A plus B, print C. We got the output right. So if you got the output, it doesn't make sense. This is correct standard way. No. So there is a standard approach to write Python code. That approach, who is going to provide means Python community people. That is PEP standard 8. PEP means Python enhancement proposal. They are giving some proposals to the developers to maintain the code clearly and neatly in real-time development by following some PEP standards. But even I have written this program, but this program is giving result for me, but it doesn't mean that this is following Python standard. How do you know? Simply you can place the mouse pointer on equal to symbol. It is saying some warning. Look at this PEP 8, Python Enhancement Proposal 8, E225. What they are saying, missing white space around operator. Okay, your code will work, no doubt at all. But this is not the way of writing program. So professional programmers, unprofessional programmers. Imagine that. Means, and I can say inexperienced programmers. Suppose you are going to apply a job by keeping 2 years, 3 years experience, right? You are working like real-time experience. But easily you can identify by someone in real time the way you are writing the code. They look into your code, whether you are having real experience or not. By they can look at your code. If it is professional way, then they can understand that he's having really experience because he's writing the code in standard format following like that. But here I'm not following right now the standard format, just with the flow I have written this code, but it's showing some clearly missing white space around operator. So professional developers and who is going to follow some standards, they don't write like this. So how do you know that? When the moment we use PyCharm editor, then you will come to know that whether you are writing in proper way or not, you can notice it. But imagine that if you write this program normally, which I shown in the last lecture, like interactive shell or script mode, that means in Notepad, ideally, that takes directly as it is how the way you type, even it doesn't show you PEP standard warnings. But in PyCharm, it clearly says warnings. This is not the way to write the program correctly. So they are asking missing white space around operator means look at this left hand side of the operator, right hand side of the operator should give the space. This look neat, right? So when we place mouse pointer, the warning is gone. But you may get doubts, sir, I have already plenty of lines of code. Then how I can rearrange the code in correct format, like by following PEP standard means simply place mouse pointer on this first warning, what it is showing. There is a link called reformat the file. Click on this reformat. Automatically your program will be reformatted. So this is the way to do formatting your program in proper standard way. So this is the better option to do this reformatting the file. So this looked neat, right? Compared to previous one. Previously we got output, now also we are getting output. The code, this code is following some standards, what they are suggesting us. So if you follow the proper editor, these are the advantages will be there. Or instead of writing code in PyCharm, or if you write code in Notepad, so you can't get what are the rules and regulations are there. So this is instant indications will be there in PyCharm editor. Okay, fine. Next, in today's session, I am going to discuss most important fundamental concepts. What are that? We'll see that. So Python fundamentals. Python fundamentals. You must follow these Python fundamentals, sir. There are total 6 fundamental concepts I'm going to cover. You cannot ignore at least one, because if you don't know about these fundamentals, how to manage, then in upcoming sessions in our programming, you will get some problems. So these are very simple and easy to understand, easily understand fundamental concept. Everybody can know that here. So these are the Python fundamentals. First Python fundamental is comments. Next, keywords. These are also called as reserved words. Okay. Next, identifiers. And then next, variables. Next, multiple assignment. And then last one, which is really important, indentation. Most of them get confused here only, the indentation levels. They are unable to maintain some indentation levels while writing program, usually some small mistakes they do in the programming. I'll also give clarity about indentation, what exactly it will do. So first we'll focus on comments. These comments are very quite common in any language, sir. Comment section. See, generally comments can be used in two different situations. The situation number one is, first suppose I have the program with me right now, like A, B, C value, A plus B, print C. So all of a sudden I decided this program I don't want to execute. Suppose you can see I'm adding extra lines here. So print function I'm using. Okay, this is the line which I'm adding. Yes. So if I run this program test one, what is the output? The result will be 30 just because of first four lines. And the sixth line result also we got it, right? But I don't want to execute this sixth line, or I don't want to execute these lines. What can I do? So option is you have to remove it. But instead of remove, you better to keep in comments. So whenever you remove, again, if you need, again, you need to rewrite, right? So that's typical. So if you don't want to execute some lines of Python program, better to keep them into comments. So this is one situation where comments are required. Then other situation is, for example, I'm a developer. I'm writing some application logic in this program. Okay. So while writing the application logic, so try to habituate, leave the comment section. Leave the comment means just try to write or add some comments for your logic. So what purpose you are going to write logic? What is the reason to define the logic over there? So that at least after a few days, if you look back your code, easily you can understand by you. So if you don't leave the comments, when we look at your code, even you have only written, so you may think why I have written this code at that point of time again. So not for you only, but later, okay. For example, you left from the company, you resigned the job, and your code can be transferred to some other developer. If some other developers look at your code, they need to understand at least by reading your comments, right? So that's the reason comments will helpful to understand the code more better if you leave the comments. So these are the two situations we can use comments. Now coming to the point, so how to put comments in Python? Very simple. Every comment starts with in Python hash symbol. So you can also use this hash sign for single line comments as well as multi-line comments. Okay. So let's keep this comment, single line comment. How to do this? Simply manually come to here and give the hash sign. Automatically when I run this, then commented line will not give or will not produce any output in the terminal. And if you want uncomment, again remove this hash sign, then it's working, it's including. So what's going to happen when we keep the hash sign here means when we keep comment, Python interpreter will ignore the line of code from the execution, what we keep the comment. So uncomment means that lines will include in the program execution, very simple way. So Python interpreter will ignore commented lines from the execution. If you uncomment, it will include in the execution. So we notice that everything is right. But sir, one line, if I give comment, I can manage by including manually some hash symbol. But if I have multiple lines will be there, like 10, 15 lines at a time, I need to give the comments. Then how I can do that? Okay. So simply there is a shortcut key to give multiple comments. CTRL plus forward slash control plus forward slash. For example, you can see I'm going to select this all lines, control forward slash, automatically all lines commented. Now run this, we are getting only one line execution, no result of this program. Again, uncomment purpose, again reselect these lines which you want uncomment, control forward slash, uncomment. So now this time it's worked well. So comment, uncomment. So entire the program, do you want to comment? Control A means automatically everything will be selected. Control forward slash, commented. Now run it, nothing is there. Again select it. Control forward slash, uncomment. Comment, uncomment. Both purpose we use control forward slash only. So this is the shortcut to provide comments for your code. Okay. Not only avoid some lines of code from the execution, you can keep writing some description about your, here I'm typing some Django data. You, instead of Django data, you can write some your statements and words about your program. So that's all about comment section in Python. Okay, fine. The next most important fundamental concept again, keywords are reserved words. So these are also very quite common in any programming language like C language, C++, C Sharp, .NET, Java, even in Python. Some keywords are there. These are also called as reserved words. Very simple. Python provide some keywords or reserved words. So that words are reserved for some particular task to do. The word which is reserved for particular task, that word you have to use for the same task only. You can't use your own purpose. Okay, purpose is reserved. So let me explain what are the keywords are there. Suppose here I'm using if keyword. Actually, look at this, sir. If is a keyword actually. I'll bring the keywords completely now. If is a keyword, but I can't use if keyword as a variable, right? Better to take next program. Okay, I'm adding next program. You can see. Right click on Python project 7 a.m. Go to new Python file and then test2.py is not required. Test2 added. So, sir, how, first of all, let me bring the keyword list. What keywords are they? How to get complete keywords in Python? Within the simple 2 lines through, we can bring it. Okay, remember, I'll write the 2 lines programming here. Using the 2 lines, we can bring all the keywords which are present in current version of Python. So the 2 lines of program will be look like import keyword. It's a library. I said that Python is having huge standard libraries, right? One of the libraries I'm importing here, keyword library. In this library, we have plenty of keywords present. How to bring that keywords from the library means the library name dot kw list class we can use. Print of keyword dot kw list. Very simple. So let's run this test2.py. You will see in the output window all the keywords are present or not. Yes. Look at this, all the keywords are present here. Sometimes you will be seeing the output here in the 1 line only like this. So you have to be drag horizontal scroll and you can observe all the keywords. But do you want to bring the output in the same line without dragging horizontal scroll? Simply there is an option in terminal. You can see soft wrap option is there. Click on soft wrap, automatically will be present total keywords in the same window. So notice this, as I said in my previous lecture, Python is a case sensitive programming language, right? Case sensitive programming language means the cases are very particular. For example, look at this keyword list. First 3 keywords are started with capital letter. False F, none N, true T. T capital. So remaining all keywords are lowercase presents. So how the way it is there, same way how to use in your programming. These are the keywords or reserved words. In this, each and every word is reserved for particular task to do. You can't use any one of the keyword for your own purpose. The purpose is fixed. Let me explain. For example, I can take if keyword. Generally, if keyword is used for what purpose? Testing the condition. Okay, even in upcoming session, I'll introduce what is if and else and all these things. So if is a keyword, it is used to test condition. But I am using this if keyword how? As a variable. Okay, how we define a equals to 100. Like that same I define if equal to 100. I'm trying to print if, you will get syntax error. Look at this, some underlined red squigglies are happening means that you are doing some wrong. So click on run and you will see the syntax error if invalid syntax at line number 4. So you can't use any keyword as your own purpose like variables. As I said that every keyword is having its own purpose and task. Same purpose you have to use. So let's add IFF. Is this keyword? No, not at all. It's a variable name. There is no keyword with the name IFF. It's valid. You can see we are getting the output 100 value printing IFF. It's a variable name. Other than keyword name, you can use this name, no problem at all. If it is keyword, it will not allow you. So any keyword we cannot use as a variable. It's a fix. So every keyword is having special task and special purpose. Same purpose, you have to use it. So this is the way to get the keywords in Python, all keywords. So no worries, every keyword will be introduced according to the topic. But okay, at this moment, I can't explain each and every keyword purpose, right? So that's not good practice in reality. So we just go with the flow, with the concept. In the conceptually, we have to include these keywords where we can exactly use it. And notice this, already in this program, one keyword used, keyword import keyword. So import is also one of the keyword. You can see this here. This keyword can be used for what? Importing some libraries. Any libraries like import pandas, import matplotlib, import numpy. These are the packages, right? Python packages. Whenever you want to work with numpy arrays, you can import numpy or arrays like this. These are the libraries, pandas. As I said, some libraries will not be available. You have to install explicitly. Suppose I am trying to import pandas. Underline red squiggly is giving. That means pandas is not a built-in library. Do you want to install it explicitly? Place the mouse pointer on it, install package pandas, you have to click on it. That's it. So all the libraries are not built-in libraries. Some libraries are explicitly also have to install it. So this is the procedure actually. You will come to know later. So let's import keyword library and keyword.kw list. I'm printing all the keywords in Python which is available. And these two lines will not only work in PyCharm editor. It works anywhere. Like previously in the last lecture especially, there was editor tool I introduced by default when we install Python software. There was an editor tool, right? What is that? IDLE. It's a built-in or default editor. While installation of Python, it come automatically. So if I open IDLE software, here also same thing, you can type it like import keyword. Then next here print is not required to use, right? Simply keyword dot kw list. When I apply, you will see this total keyword list is coming and displaying here. So these two lines, any editor, anywhere you can use it. It brings you complete keyword list which is available in Python. So I am concluding that keywords are used to use particular task. Every keyword is having special meaning. The moment when we use any keyword in Python programming, then this keyword can convey a proper message to the interpreter to do a particular task. If I use import keyword means interpreter can understand that user is looking for importing something. It can be import. If I use, for example, def keyword, so interpreter can understand the programmer is trying to define a function. Yes, this def keyword is used to define a function. So these are the keywords which are present in Python. How to bring keywords? Just simply type 2 lines of code, import keyword, print keyword.kw list. You will come to know that what keywords are present here. Okay, every keyword is important to us. Depends on the topic and situation. I'll introduce all the keywords. At that time, I'll also clearly mention this is the keyword which I'm using, what purpose also I'll explain you clearly, just with the flow, okay? Right. Third fundamental concept, identifiers. It's also very simple. These identifiers help you to give the names properly. For example, names means in Python, any name is called as identifier, sir. For example, how you can identify me? By my name, right? How I can identify you? By your name. So similarly, in Python programming, identifier is nothing but it's a name. What name? Any name. It can be a variable name, or it can be a function name, or it can be a class name. The name is nothing but identifier, we can say that. But while declaring the names in Python, we have to follow some rules and regulations. Yes. So that rules are called as identifier rules. What rules are there? I'll explain one by one. Total 8 rules we have to follow just while giving the names only. That is called naming rules also, we can call it as. Okay. Yes. So in Python, any name is called identifier. Either it is a variable name or function name or class name or any other name. How the name should be like this. Okay. So let's quickly discuss rules to define the identifiers. Rules to define the identifiers. Total 8 rules are there, I'm saying. First rule number 1. Identifier can be a lowercase or uppercase. Yes, we can mention in lowercase characters or uppercase characters name. But I strongly recommend to better to mention lowercase only. Why not uppercase also? I'll give you proper reason. Just wait. And identifiers are case sensitive, right? Case sensitive means if you mention the name lowercase, you have to access in lowercase through only. If you mention the name with uppercase, you have to mention with uppercase only. You have to access. Okay. So that is called case sensitive. Let's cover with these 2 rules simply. emp id equals to 1, 2, 3, 4. Here, this is the name of my variable. 1, 2, 3, 4 is the value. Print emp id. Yes, it's worked well. Look at this. It's working well. The output is coming. So this is the valid identifier. I define emp id in lowercase. I'm accessing also lowercase. But the moment when I try to access in uppercase, it will give error. What error? Name error. I'm telling you, sir, you should be focused on errors also. So what, based on your mistakes, what type of error also you will get, you have to keep it in your mind. Okay. So observation of error names also very important in programming language so that it will be easy to handle in futures. So this is the name error is got because the capital letter emp id is not defined, right? So you defined but lowercase, but you are trying to access uppercase, not possible. So you must access lowercase only. In case if we define the capital letter name, that's okay, fine. But I'm saying that don't use unnecessarily the capital case names. Why, sir? It working well, no? Yes. But the problem is in Python language, whenever the programmer is defining any names in capital letter, that indicates that you are defining constants. Okay. Constant means what? If, see, according to other languages like Java, .NET, C++, they are having const keyword. Const a equals to 100 means they don't need to change. They cannot change the value. It's a constant value, fixed value. If I remove const keyword, they can change the value at any point of time. That is the meaning. But in Python, undoubtedly, there is no constant concept. Yes, there is no constants in Python. But symbolically, we can mention and we can convey to other developers that my value is fixed, better not change. How I can convey to them that my variable value is a constant value, don't change. Okay, that how I can convey them by simply defining the name in capital letters. Okay, I hope you understand why I don't recommend to declare any names unnecessarily capital case. If you declare the names in capital letters, the meaning will be changed, right? You are conveying to the other developer, this is value is fixed, constant value, better not to change. But really, do you want to expose your variable as constant? Go with capital letters. Unnecessarily don't give capital letters. But unfortunately, Python do not have constant concept. Okay, just symbolically we can define your constant type, that is employee ID capital letter, for example. So if you are really want to expose your variable and value are constant, you can give the capital letter. Otherwise, go with small letter only. The meaning will be changed unnecessarily. Okay. So just because of it is looking good, don't use capital letter, right? So the purpose need to be required. So that's what don't recommend capital letters. Yes, we use capital cases sometimes because in built-in constants will be there in future programming. So at that time also I'll discuss exactly all the constant values must be present in capital case only. So it can be allow lowercase, uppercase, and case sensitive. Then rule number 3, identifier allow the digits. Yes, digits means the names can have the numbers like 0 to 9. But make sure that identifier should not start with a digit. Should not start with digits. Okay, you can mention your variable name with the digits including, but it should not be starts with a digit. For example, here EMP1, digit included, yes, ID 6. It's valid, sir. EMP1, ID 6, valid. You see the output is coming here, valid, right? But when it is invalid, if the name starts with any digit like 8 or 8, this is invalid. The name or identifier cannot start with a digit. It will allow digit, but it cannot be starts with a digit. Remember that, okay? This is very important point. Anywhere you can use include digit, but except starting. Next, rule number 5. Identifier allow the underscore. This is only the special character is possible to include allow the underscore. Okay. So underscore is symbol is possible. Except this symbol, no other symbol entertained like dollar sign, asterisk, that is. But identifier should not be two parts. Yes, it should not be two parts, two or more parts. For example, here I'm having the name called EMP is one word, right? ID is other word. So if I give EMP space ID, now you can see it's invalid expression because your identifier or name is having multiple parts, right? So this is not valid. In case you want to define the name which is contain multiple parts, better to combine by using or including underscore sign. So this works well. Two or more parts, any other parts also there, you can combine with underscore sign only. This is the only special characters are allowed like underscore in identifier names. Next, 7th rule, if any identifier, that means name, starts with an underscore, then it is private. Private means what I'll tell you. Okay, private. If any identifier or name starts with an underscore, then it is private consideration. But remember, sir, by default in Python language, all the variables or method names are public nature. So if you observe other language programmers like .NET, Java, C Sharp, okay, like this, they're having the access specifiers. Like for example, int name equals to Sai is the name, right? Is the person name. If I mention here before integer public, so this name is public variable. So anybody can access this name and anybody can modify at any time. So if I consider this as private, so nobody can access this name. Only in which context you define or declare, there only we can access and modify within the same class or outside the class context. So private means where you define, there only you can access. Public means no restriction on it, anywhere we can access. But in Python language, there is no such type of access specifiers like private, public, default, and some other things. But in Python, how we can declare private variables and public variables, even protected variables also there. This is not right situation to discuss about that. Obviously, in upcoming session, especially in object-oriented programming, I'll give more clarity on it. Okay, but just for situation demand, I'm trying to explain if any identifier starts with an underscore symbol, then it is private. As I said that in Python, there is no access specifiers to make your variable as private. So if the variable name starts with underscore underscore, then this variable is automatically become a private variable. So this private variable can only be accessed within the same class where we define. But right now we are not having any class. But in object-oriented programming, obviously we have to deal with classes and objects, right? So inside the class, if I declare this variable with starting with 2 underscore, in the same class only we can access, not outside the class. But imagine if I remove this underscore starting, this automatically become public variable. Means if you define this variable in one class, outside the class also can access or modify anywhere there is no restriction. Generally, this private and public restriction procedure. So if you want to allow them to access somebody, your variables and data in outside the class, then make your variables and methods are public. If you don't want to allow other classes to access your variable or method data, simply make it private. How do we make it private in Python? Any variable or method? There is no private access modifier like other languages. We don't have any name like private. So symbolically, we can define starts with underscores, right? So this is called private only. So later you will come to know in detail about this. Then the last rule, which is already explained, no keyword or reserved word can be used as identifier. Yes, it's not possible, sir. Already I explained before this topic. So no keyword or reserved word can be used as identifier. Means there are so many keywords are there. Every keyword is having its own purpose and task. So no keyword can be used as identifier. For example, I said def is a keyword. It is used to define the function, but you are using this keyword as identifier or name, so it's not possible. Syntax error. So now this time one more advantage also there, sir, here. Normally, if you write code in Notepad or other editor, mostly the color of the words will be same. Even Notepad, you can see everything will be present in black letters. You can't even identify by looking its color, whether it is keyword or whether it is attribute, whether it is name of the function or class name or variable name. You can't identify, right? But in PyCharmator, the keyword name will be present in blue color, and then function name present in some little bit dark blue color, and the variable name, valid variable names present in black color text. Some attributes also there that will be in magenta color. So at least you can recognize by looking its color, what is that? Is that variable or is that method or is that attribute? At least you can recognize if you use proper editor advantages. This is only. This is one more advantage actually. Okay. So if you write same program in Notepad, it will be appear all color same. So you can't even identify which is keyword, which is attribute, which is variable, right? So this is the problem. So these are the total 8 rules present in the identifier concept. So just name declaration, variable name, function name, or class name. While dealing with the names, properly how to give. Okay. If you give wrong, then immediately the indication will be there. So you have to be changed. So lowercase or uppercase you can define with any name. Better to go with lowercase. Case sensitive names are how the way you declare the name, same way how to access it. And the name or variable names or any names can have the digits, but it should not start with a digit. Name contains underscores. Generally, if more than one part of the name, then we can use underscores. If any identifier starts with underscore, then it is private variable or private method, and no keywords or reserved word can be used as identifier name. So this is the rules and regulations about identifiers. Fine. Next, fundamental concept is variables. Can I say variable is also called as identifier? Obviously, I said just now, identifier is nothing but it's a name. Either it can be a variable name or class name or function name, right? So I can say that variable is also called as identifier. Yes. But the variable is having the separated definition. What is that? I'll tell you that. Variable is a named memory location. Variable is a named memory location. Suppose in Python, how to declare variable A is a variable name, value is 100. Now I'm asking you where 100 value is going to store. Simply, your answer is A, right? Yes. For storing 100 value inside the A or with the name A should get some memory, right? Because of it has to hold some data 100. So that's the reason variable is a named memory location of any value. So this value is going to store in the name of A memory. Python will assign some memory for A to keep store the value 100. So that's the reason variable is a named memory location. Yes, even we can get the memory address of A also. How to get memory address also, I'll tell you now only. Just a moment. So variable is a named memory location. Okay. In Python, while declaring, the variable, we need not to, specify any data type, right? Why? Because Python is a dynamically typed programming language. Python is a dynamically typed programming language. Yes, obviously, dynamically typed programming language. It's not about statically. Okay. You know very well what is statically and dynamically if you follow my lectures from the day one itself. So in the last demo lectures, I clearly mentioned statically typed means during the program writing time. Dynamically typed means during the program execution time. So here, the during the program execution time, Python automatically will decide the data type for a variable based on its value. So while declaring the variable, we need not specify any data type because Python is a dynamically typed programming language. Only we should focus on what value do you want to assign for which variable. Okay, so this is variable type. Let's see quickly the program and you will also get memory address of the variable also clearly. For example, a value 1234 is printed. But is there any data type I mentioned like integer? No. Even you can see like other languages, this concept is very common, right? Data type, variable name, value. But in Python, it's not allowing. It's an error. Look at this. What is the error? Syntax error. So you should not supply the data type explicitly because Python is a dynamically typed language. During the runtime, based on this value, data type will assign automatically for a variable. Yes, we can see what type of data type is assigned for your variable by mentioning type function. There is a type built-in function. This type function through we can get data type of a, what Python assigned for a variable, integer assigned. Now, if I use 12.34, Python assigned for your data variable a, float type assigned. If I include like name, Python at this moment assigned a type is string type. String means group of characters. If I use only one character, according to other programming language like C, C++, Java, .NET, for single character, we can use char type, but in Python, string type only. Okay, so even single code also you can give string type it is. Look at this. Single quotation marks, generally char type, right? In other languages. But in Python, there is no char data type, only we are having string. Even single character, which is present in single quotation mark, string only. Even multiple characters, like group of characters, we include string only. And even if I don't include any character, it's called empty string. Even if I try to give some numbers in the quotation marks, that is also string. Anything which is included in the quotation marks, that's called a string. If I remove the single quotation marks here, now it become what? Integer. So only the thing is, explicitly we are not going to give data type from our side, like integer, float, string, boolean, like that. But Python will decide internally based on the value data type of variable. Okay, right. I'm trying to store 100 value here. Now, how I can get memory address of a value? Because you are saying that a is a named memory location, right? So every variable is having its own memory, which is assigned by Python for storing the value in it. How to bring memory address of any variable? There is a built-in function again in Python language, ID. ID means identity. Identity of any object. Okay, built-ins are there here. So I want identity. I want to get identity of A. So A memory address I need to get. Look at this. The A memory address base number will be like this. Okay, so this is the way to get identity address of the variable memory location. So in this memory only, the value is going to store with the name of A. If any point of time you are going to access with A name, the A memory will be give the value 100 in the output window. So there are, in this program, three functions are involved. Print is a built-in function to provide output. Type is a built-in function to get the data type of the variable what it is assigned. ID is a built-in function to get the memory address of your variable. Okay. Then, for example, look at this. Let me show you one more important thing. B equals to 200. Okay. So I'm not printing the value. If you want, you can print the values also. How many variables are there right now with me? Two variables, right? I'm trying to find print ID of A, print ID of B. What will be the memory address of these two? Different memory, obviously. Look at this A value 100. The memory address number is this one, ended with 760. B value 200. Then ID of B also I am finding 960. Because Python decides the two values are different, right? So for these two values, for A, it will allocate different memory. For B, it will allocate different memory. If I use 100 and 100 for both variables, what will happen? So no matter how many variables are representing this value 100, Python will assign only one memory for 100. Then for that memory, anybody can come and access with the name A, with the name B. You see here, just because of value same, Python decide same memory allocation for A and B. So we are identifying ID of A, ID of B, same memory. So you can go to this memory with any name, either through A name or through B name. You will be served 100 value only, because 100 representing two names, for all memory will be same. So from this memory it will be served. If the value change, then different memory allocation will be there. Look at this, right? So this is different memory address. So this is identifiers and variables what we discussed today. So in tomorrow's session, we will also continue from here. Multiple assignment concept is what, and most importantly, majority of the beginners will get confused Python indentation. I will also explain clearly with examples, indentation levels, where to follow, how to follow that. Don't miss it tomorrow. It is the last demo of Python full stack. So please try to understand. So once tomorrow demo over, so next Saturday onwards, we will assign a new link, that is paid link. So after completion of tomorrow lecture, tomorrow you can feel free to attend the demo again, which is last session, fifth session demo. And after demo complete, then day after tomorrow onwards, do you want to continue my regular sessions? Our team will send a paid link with the new link. So please try to enroll before going to join day after tomorrow, Saturday. So you can continue with lectures. Once your enrollment process is over, obviously I'll get mail IDs from Durga Software Institute. Then I'll start sharing the PDF material and Google Drive shared folder. I'll create one folder in Google Drive, and every video lecture I'll upload daily in that Google Drive. It is easy to access lifetime. Okay. So already we completed 4 demos, right? 4 sessions. Then tomorrow fifth will be done. The total 5 videos also will be uploaded in Google Drive. From then onwards, daily, according to the discussion, the video will be uploaded into the drive. So this is the procedure to access the videos in my drive. So please feel free to attend tomorrow also demo for continuation. So concepts will be clear. After that, you can decide. So do you have any questions regarding today's session, or you can feel free to ask me?
Sir, the address related to address,
Hmm.
A equals to 100, B equals to 100. You said that same address will be allocated.
Hmm.
It is only in Python, or in different languages also it will address same address?
I'm not sure about different languages, but in Python for sure it is same values are there because of memory will be located same only. If value changed, then address will be changed here.
Okay.
Yeah.
While writing the logic, if we are uh, changing to, I mean, initially we are giving 100, A equals 100, B equals to 100.
Yeah.
But in the after sometimes we are allocating same 100 to B.
Hmm.
Uh,
It
again,
will
it comes
it will
to
point to the same. See, right
same.
now you can see I'm trying to take 200, 100. The 760 number, you can remember this number starts with
Yeah.
140, 760. And now 200 is there like this. Okay. Now you can see if I change all of a sudden here and re-execute it, now the address will be what you can see, 4760, which is previous address only, not new address extremely, right?
Yeah.
It's pointing to that only here because it's not required to allocate new address again because anybody can come to the address and they can access directly like that.
Okay.
Hi sir, I have one doubt. If A is selected 100, again on the same A value, like variable A value, if we give string, then how the address allocation?
Different again, different again. A only, no? You are saying
Yeah,
A
A, but
one
same A value we given. Yeah, okay, now
like this. You can see this.
different.
Obviously different, right?
Yeah, because one is int value and
One
this
is int, one is string, different
string.
address. Wait. This is 100 is only there. Because duplicate variables are there. Let me print because it is Python is interpreted language. Duplicate will not ignore in the same point of time, which I include a side by side. Latest A will be considered. That's what I changed the code. You can see this. Now this memory address same. This memory address is different here. You can see. Okay. So previously how I did like this, right? If I do like this, what happened? This A100 only print, this A100 only print. Why? Because it is latest value collected here. You can see it is interpreter.
Okay, okay,
Uh,
understood.
that's what I
So the
changed that
latest
code.
value it will take.
Obviously, that's what I
And
separately mentioned it, and it works well.
okay, and the duration as it is quantified to 50 days. So exactly, maybe the
I'm
next month.
see, sir. Yeah, I'm not sure about the duration because it exceed 5 to 10 days. Because up to 2 months, I can say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Only Python core and advanced, and full stack duration 4 months compulsory it need.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Rahul Ranjan, you say that videos are available for lifetime, but the CC says that it's available. Yeah, I have seriously I have to modify it. See, most of the faculty who are working for Durgasoft, okay, different tools and languages and technologies who teaches, they are giving 6 months access for the students, okay. So with the flow, my team, backend team, they don't know about my lectures. So even I said many times, but they are not changing for my lectures message. I'm giving promising you to my lectures, all videos are lifetime access. Trust me. Okay, ignore the message. Okay. So lifetime access that will be. So have a nice time. Thanks for attending today's session. Please feel free to attend the tomorrow session. So after tomorrow, then you can decide, sir. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Sorry for the delay due to some technical reason. So meeting was started little bit delay. Okay. Yeah. Let's start today's session. In the last lecture of Python, we were discuss about the fundamental concepts. Okay. Fundamental concepts we discuss. First, let me open the project folder which I created. So go to search and type PyCharm. So PyCharm Community Edition it is. This is our editor tool, as I explained in the last lecture, how to download and install PyCharm editor. And the moment when I open, so this is not your project, right? So at last, what project I work, that project is opening right now. But to open your project, simply file menu, open, and go to the location where your project is exactly located. So select the project folder name and click on OK. So you'll be able to see the last program which I have written. This is only. Okay. So we are working with right now fundamentals of Python. So these are the Python fundamentals. We discussed already some important fundamental concepts like Python comments, keywords or reserved words, identifiers, rules to define the identifiers, variables. Okay. Now today I'm going to start with multiple assignment and one of the most important fundamental concept I said, indentation. Okay. So let's complete first quickly multiple assignment. See, multiple assignment is the process of assigning a single value to multiple variables, and also multiple assignment is the process of assigning multiple values to multiple variables. So both are multiple assignments clearly. So assigning single value to multiple variables and assigning multiple values to multiple variables. Okay, both let me discuss. So first, suppose here single value to multiple variables means A equals to B equals to C equals to 10 for suppose. So look at this, A, B, C or three variables are there and I'm assigning only single value to them. So why this concept means instead of writing here three lines for same value, different variables like B10, C10, okay? So instead of writing three lines, just simply you can finish the code in single line by assigning single value to multiple variables at once. And print A, print B, print C. So we are getting the output like all variables A and B and C, 10, 10, 10 values present here. But the how output is coming here, you can see it is in line by line, right? So you can also display the same output values in the same line, like print A, B, C, like this one. Within one print statement, if I use, then all the values are present in same line, right? But notice this here, the output clearly. The default separator will be there, that is called space. After 10, there is a space. Again, after 10, there is a space. So each and every value after some space is located. So this is called default separator actually. Okay. But do you want to give some your own separator like comma after a value or colon or hyphen, anything, then there is a separator attribute is there in Python. So this is the attribute. SEP equals to what separator attribute do you want? You can mention it. But suppose I'm giving comma sign, then each and every value after comma sign is present here. You can see 10, comma 10, comma 10 like this. Okay. So any separator you can use this colon. So each and every value after colon separator and then hyphens, each and every value after hyphen separator like this. So separator is an attribute which can separate the values based upon your separator value like comma, colon or something. So this is one of the technique, multiple assignment, single value I'm assigning to all multiple variables in the left hand side. Okay. So let's comment this line. Let's go to this approach now. Multiple assignment is also the process of assigning multiple values to multiple variables. Yes, multiple values to multiple variables means A, B, C, three variables are there here and three values I'm assigning orderly. So the order is important. 10 goes to A, 20 goes to B and 30 goes to C. And print A, B, C here. Okay, so print A, print B, print C, these variables clear. So let's run it. We are getting the values 10, 20, 30. Okay, fine. So can't we display these values again, same line? Yes, possible. Print A, comma, B, comma, C, we can display, no problem. Look at this. Okay, it's possible, right? Yeah, only one line. Fine. But right hand side, how many number of values you are passing, and the left hand side, that many variables need to be takes place, not more or less. Okay. But the next one more attribute I'm introducing, let's consider this print A, print B, print C in the line by line. Just because of I'm using three print functions A, B, C, we are getting 10, 20, 30 values are present here. 10, 20, 30 here present. Okay, fine. But my requirement is still I want to use print A, print B, print C, like three print function, but my output should be present in the same line. I need to bring into same line, not move towards next line. For that, there is an attribute called end attribute, end with space. Here I'm using end with space. So this time what will happen, the 10 value print here in the line number 1. After 10 printed, it will give the space. Immediately after space 20 also will come into the same line. Look at this. Even though I have included three print function, but still the A, B, C or values are printing in the same line by using end attribute. Along with end attribute, we can also provide separator like this. You see here end with separator comma, then 10, 20, 30 will be there. So in Python language, generally, if you have multiple values, we can print one by one line, right? But if you don't want to move towards next line, if you want to still display in the same line, then we use end attribute in general. You may get after C why you have not used end means after C there is no value, right? So that's what this is the last element not required to use. In case if the value is here, for example, D and 40, okay, we are printing D, for example, you can print D, then C after end I can use. Okay, because this is present in next line, right? So for bringing that end attribute, I can use for C after also here. So this makes sense like this. Okay, so this is two attributes, separator attribute, end attribute here. So multiple assignment means assigning multiple number of values at once to the multiple variables and also assigning single value to the multiple variables clearly. Okay, fine. Next, last fundamental concept, indentation. So just be focused here. Try to understand what I'm explaining now. So most of the beginners, especially who are dealing for the first time with Python, they get confused in the indentation levels. So let me write some simple program here. Whatever I'm writing the program right now, okay, it's not belongs to Python. Rather than it belongs to other language structure. Like for example, in other languages, how we can declare the variable int I equals to 10. But it's not possible in Python, right? Because Python is a dynamically typed language. No need to specify any data type like this. Okay, fine. If I equals to 10, I'm writing condition, if condition. Don't worry, if else, if nested, if everything will be there in the upcoming session, we'll discuss. But here my intention is not to explain about if how it works, else how it works. Indentation is required here. Okay. Now, if I equals to 10, open delimiter, close delimiter, and then if it is any language like Java, .NET, system.out.println, for example, if it is Java, true, I can say that. Else block, open and close, system.out.println, that is false I'm writing. So what does it means here? So I clearly mentioning I value 10. If I is matches with 10, then my control flow should jump into if block. If I value, for example, 100, 100 equal to 10, not correct, right? If not correct, then my control flow should jump into else block. This is our main intention to write this program. But actually, I'm saying that this program logic is not at all suitable for Python because it's only suitable for other language context like C language, C++, Java, any language apart from Python. So in other languages, programmers, they use curly brackets like open curly brackets, close curly brackets to consider the block of code like it is if block and this is else block. To consider a block of code, programmers use simply if curly brackets. Within the curly brackets, open and close, whatever the statements you write here, this statements under comes into if block. This statements under comes into else block, right? Yes. But in Python, we don't use any curly brackets to consider a block of code. Then what we use in Python to consider a block of code means indentation. How the indentation in Python means generally 4 spaces. Okay, 4 spaces indentation we will maintain. Let's try with the code. Okay, yeah. So same logic I'm writing in Notepad with Python standard so that you will understand what is the general problems we face while writing code, especially Python code in Notepad. You will understand now. Okay, so later I'll write the same code in PyCharm. Then what is the benefit? You will see that. Okay, first let's open Notepad. You know, in the last lecture already explained. So how to write code in Notepad and execute in command prompt, right? So let's open Notepad first. This is Python code. I am writing the code in Python standard. I value 100. If I equals to 100 colon. So this is the syntax of Python. Don't look at the syntax. Later I'll explain you. Just my intention is to explain about indentation here. Okay. Now notice this I value 100. 100 equal to 100 comparison colon after press enter, the cursor is blinking in the same line indentation levels. Usually programmers can start type the code from here, print true, else colon print false like this. Okay, print false. So I value 100. If 100 equal to 100, print true, else block, print false like this only it is there. Is it clear? I 100, I value equal to 100, print true, else false. So if this condition is okay, true should come. If not okay, false should come. Okay. Yes. But notice that this code is completely belongs to Python. According to Python syntax only I have written. But it look good, but structurally it is, but indentationally not correct actually. Okay, logically it's okay, but indentation wise it's not okay. So let's save this file in the desktop, and I'm trying to save the file name with test.py, then save it now. So how to save and how to run, you know that. Let me run this program using command prompt. So let's go to command prompt. And now my desktop is present in the OneDrive. So I need to change the directory cd space OneDrive. And let's move towards desktop, cd space desktop. Here to execute Python code, already you know the command, right? Python space test.py. So I'm expecting the result is true, right? Because in the notepad window, what code I have written? So I value 100, 100 equal to 100, correct. Correct means I'm expecting true, but it is giving error. Look at this, what error? Indentation error. Expected an indented block after if statement on line number 2, it is saying. So meaning is what? You have written the code like this, but this time what will happen? Every line is going to be considered as new line only. There is no line or code belongs to if block or else block. That means no code is present in the if block, no code is present in the else block it is. So now you can see why, because this every line is considering as new line means it's not belongs to any code of if or any code of else. So here the problem is indentation levels. So I said that Python indentation should be like 4 spaces, right? So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 space indentations I'm providing. 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Now this time Control S, that means save changes. Now this time you will get result. You can see this. Let's rerun test.py. I'm getting true. Why? The reason is previously it was indentation error. Now this time clearly true is coming because I value 100, 100 equal to 100, correct. If it is correct, control jump into if block inside. Because I'm leaving the spaces like 4 spaces, indentation spaces, automatically this print function or print statement under comes into the if block. I'm leaving spaces here. Again, this print function under comes into else block like this. So let's change the code again. Control S, save changes. Now I value 10, 10 equal to 100, not correct. It will go to else block. So let's run. Else block is working fine. False it is. Okay, this is the false. Fine. So not compulsory to take 4 spaces, right? So at least 1 space is enough. Look at this. I'm trying to take only 1 space. 1 space. Here I'm trying to take 1 space like this. Yes, it's work. At least 1 space is matter, or more number of spaces also okay. But default is 4 spaces. So in Notepad, if you write Python code, these are the problems we face generally. So if you know already Python syntax rules and regulations, then if you can manage the indentation levels, then it is good. But new to Python programming, so if you don't manage the indentation levels properly, then you will get trouble, right? So that's what we don't really recommend at beginning level of Python learning. We don't recommend this editor like Notepad and all. So that's the reason we go for proper editor like PyCharm. Let's see same code if I write in PyCharm, what is the advantage? You can see, let me close all the tabs. Let's create a new file. Right click, go to new Python file. I'm adding a new Python file to this project folder and give the Python file name is test3.py. .py no need to give because at the time of installation I have activated the checkbox called .py extension. Press enter, the test3.py file created. Now notice, same logic if I try to type here I equals to 100, then if I equals to 100, okay. So equals to equals, there are two operators are there. You can see this single equal to means assignment operator and double equal to means relational operator. Later we'll come across operators concept also in upcoming session. But notice this, the moment when I press enter, automatic indentations levels coming or not here. So this PyCharm editor will give, depends on the type of code, what you are writing like block of code. So auto indentation levels will be there. Look at this automatic indentation levels. So print true here. Else print false here. like this. So I value 100. If I equals to 100, print true, else print false like this. So let's run this. We are getting the output true only here. So the indentation automatically will come in PyCharm. If you remove the indentations, like here also look at this, the error indication clearly there, underlined red squigglies, and even if you run forcefully, the indentation error expected an indented block after if statement. So at least one statement is enough, but default PyCharm editor will take 4 space indentation levels. Now it's working fine. 1 space I have given. So default is 4 spaces here, like this. So this is the indentation only to consider the block of code, like if block, else block, for loop block, while loop block, class block, function block. These are the blocks, right? Within the block of code, what statements you want, you can write by using indentation levels. But in other programming languages, we use generally curly brackets, open curly brackets, close curly brackets to consider a block of code. But in Python, we use what? Indentation concept here. So this is indentation. While writing code in PyCharm, then auto indentations will be there. So you need not to get any confused while writing the block of code. Okay, fine. Next, I'm talking about after fundamentals. Look at this. These are the fundamentals. No fundamental concept should ignore. So these are very important. Comments, keywords, identifiers, variables, multiple assignment, all indentation levels. Okay. So who are new to this session, okay, please watch my previous session recorded videos, which is uploaded in YouTube channel. Even after completion of this demo lecture, our team will send the demo links also. You can find out that 4 sessions previously what I discussed. Okay, yes. So next I'm talking about data types in Python. So I said already, Python is a dynamically typed programming language. Okay, that means no need to specify any data type while defining the variable. Normally in other languages like we use this, right? But in Python we use this only like this. I equal to 100. Data type no need to specify here because it's a dynamically typed language. Based on the value, data type will decide for your variable in Python only. Okay, fine. So it doesn't mean that Python don't have data types. It's having data types. What are the data types? We'll see that. Basic types and sequence types are there. So generally data type is used to store what type of data inside the variable. Okay. So Python offer 2 types of data types. One is basic data types, and next one is sequence data types. Sequence data types, or these are also called as data structures. Data structures. So basic data types are what? So first one, basic data type is none. Okay. Then next, numeric. Numeric classified into integer, float, bool, complex. Okay. And this is numeric type, int, float, bool, complex type. And none type also one of the type here in Python. And what are the sequence data types or data structures? So there are a lot of sequence data structures are there. First one, string. Okay. Next one, list, tuple, and then set, dictionary, range, bytes, byte array, then frozen set. So these are the data structures in Python, byte array and frozen set here. Frozen set. String, list, tuple, set, dict, range, bytes, byte array, frozen set. Okay, fine. These are the sequence data types or data structures. So later we will come across in detail all these data structures. First, we'll start today basic types, how it useful. Okay. So none, first of all, N-O-N-E, none, capital letter it is. So it's a keyword come data type. Yes. So in the last lecture, we have applied keyword list as to bring the keywords completely. So this is completely none is a keyword and come data type here. In general, in other languages, how to store null values by using null type. Suppose here you can see in other language I'm speaking. If user don't want to store any value inside the variable, they can say null. But in Python, there is no null type. Instead of that, we can mention none. So anytime if you don't want to store any value inside the variable, then you can simply say none. None means nothing. Okay, if you don't want to store anything inside the variables, means this is not correct declaration, right? This is called undefined. So you should specify none, and you can try to print none type. You can see type also type of I. So I equals to none. I have initialized none value to the I. Print I. What type of I it is? I type. So Python decide what type of data type for I variable means none type only. Look at this. Okay, this is none. So if you don't want to store any value inside the variable, simply you can mention none type. Okay. Or else if you later you decided that to store some value here, you can store value to the I variable. So it's integer type. Look at this, type is integer. And if I include 10.89, for example, it's called float type, right? So these are basic types, generally usage data types. These are int float. But in the int float, we need to discuss few more things. What are that? I'll tell you now. So first of all, this is 10.89 is a float. Okay. But can I convert this float to integer? Possible. So converting from one data type to another data type, it's called data type conversion or typecasting mechanism. But I want to convert this float 10.89 into integer. So how it is? So for example, you can see j equals to int of I, print j, then print type of j. So I'm converting this 10.89, okay, float type to integer type. That is what j only. Print j, print type of j. Okay, so this is 10, this is 10.89 float. The initial value is 10.89, this is float, and I'm converting that float to integer. So we have successfully converted into integer. Look at this int function I'm taking here. This is converting from one type to another type. So I initially 10.89, it's a type is clearly says that float type. I'm taking the I 10.89 and convert them into integer and store into j. J is 10. It's an integer type. Type of j also integer. Or else we can do like this also. 10 is initial value integer, right? We can convert this into float. Sorry. Here, instead of int function, then we can use float function. So float of j, I, float of I. So initial value 10, after converting float, then 10.0, so float value is coming. So this is common conversion into to float, float to int. Why we need this conversion? You will get clear clarity in the next example. Just a minute, okay? Because conversion is important to us. Fine. So let me comment this program. So this program, every time as of now, we discuss some programs, right? Every time I have initialized the value inside the program, but I want to accept some value at running time. Running time means what? For suppose here, name is there. Name is a variable. I am giving just my name like Mohan. Print the name like name. Okay, what is happening here? The name already decided, right? Inside the program, variable and value, and I'm printing. That's output is coming this one. But my requirement is I want to ask the name from the user. I don't want to give the name directly. So Remember, in Python, if you want to ask any input value from the user during the program execution, then we use a function called input function. So print is a built-in function. It is for output, what you want to display in the output terminal. But input is just for asking the values. Okay. So what statement through do you want to ask? You can supply the statement, enter your name, for example. And the input function will ask the name. Okay. So you can see in the terminal, enter your name is saying at runtime, I'm giving my input like Mohan and press enter. Whatever we entered the name at runtime, that will store into name variable and print the name only, right? It's very simple. Fine. So this is a string type. Look at this type is what type? String type. Name is a string type. We are entering the group of characters. For example, I'm entering Durga and name is Durga. String type only. It's present here. Output only. Okay. Fine. So if I try to, let's comment this. If I try to take A value 10, B value 20, C equals to A plus B, right? So this is very simple. I can say result is then C. So what's happening here? 30. But this program we can observe, I'm already decided the values here for these variables. So I already explained, right? Python is a dynamically typed language. Means what? Based on the value what we assign, okay, to the variable, automatically data type will decide for the variable A and B integer type. Two integers are adding 30, 30 value stored into C. C is printed here 30, it's fine. But if I want to ask the input values, these numbers I don't want to give inside the program directly. So instead of that, I'm asking input values. So again, you have to use input function. This functions through, you can ask number, enter first number. Then again, I'm trying to use input function. Then enter second number like this. Now let's run. You can see you're expecting the number from the user as an input. I'm trying to enter the number like 23.5. And I'm trying to enter some 45, right? So 23 plus 45, I'm expecting the result is 68. But notice this, the moment when I hit the enter, so what is the result? 2, 3, 4, 5 is coming. So what's happening here? This is what important you should notice that. So I am trying to add two inputs, like because we have calculated like A plus B also, but we are unable to do that. So here it is not possible. Here it's not happening arithmetic addition, right? But rather than what it is going to do here, string concatenation. Okay, string concatenation is happening. Meaning is in Python language, by default, whatever you are going to give inputs at runtime, this means program execution time. By default, all the input values are treated as what type? String type. Yes, string type only. So I will show the proof. You can see print type of A. After entering the value for A, you will come to know the type, right? Type of A. Even print type of B. What type it is? Type of B. So now let's begin. If I enter 10 is my first input, look at this type is how it treated as string. If I enter second input 20, type is treated as what? String. So two strings, string plus string, string only, 10, 20, string concatenation concept this is. But I need arithmetic addition of two numbers, right? So that's what actually here it's required to convert your variable type from string to integer. Yes. Inside the program directly when we use values like 10, 20, that's not a problem because during the execution time, Python will decide the data type of that value based on value. It's an integer type, it's okay. But running time we are giving, right? We are inputting in, you are giving inputs at during the program execution. But by default, Python will treat it as all the input values from the execution, that is string only. Okay, you have to be implicitly, it will not convert integer from string to integer. We need to convert explicitly as a programmer. So that's the reason you can see when we enter 23, 45, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is string concatenation, string type only. So you have to convert this string type to integer type. So let's take other variable like x equals to int of a. Then if you want, you can try to find out type of x also, so that it's clear. Next here, I'm trying to take y is another variable, int of b. Then print a type of y. Now you should add c equals to x plus y, not a plus b, because a plus b, your inputs, that treated as it is string only. After a string converted into integer, I'm storing that integer value, final value into x, right? So x plus y I'm doing. So let's begin the program execution. Now this time you can see initially, whatever the value I'm entering 78, it's a string, but I'm converting this 78 into integer. That is type of x, it's integer only. Then 10, it's also string initially, but I converted into integer. It's also string converted into integer, and 78 plus 10, 88, result is correct. So this is the way to do type converting. This is the situation where we can do converting from one type to another data type. And don't look at this program lengthy, okay? Because you said, no, sir, Python is simple programming. No much more lines we can write, okay? So it's just straightforward syntaxes. But just for your understanding point of view, I explain each and every line separately, but it's not required just for adding two numbers. This much code is not required, okay? We can short the code. Look at this, I'm commenting how to short the code. Means directly you can see a equals to int of input of ask the number with the statement enter first number like this. Next, b equals to int of input of enter second number like this, okay? Then simply c equals to a plus b, and then print sum is c. That's all. The above program and this program both are same, but this program is clearly explained just what's going to happen each and every line by line. But now you can see this program. First, it will ask the input value from the runtime, like input function through. The input obviously will treat it as string, right? That we are converting into what? Integer. So immediately store into a integer type. So like this, let's see. It's easy to handle like this. 2, 3 plus 4, 5, 23 plus 4, 5, 68, it's coming. Okay, so this is the conversion is required. So I'm concluding final statement like by default in Python programming, whatever the input values you're accepting at runtime, that means program execution time, okay, that values are treated as string format. So if you want to convert that string to integer, then we use conversion method. So into function we have to use. Okay, but during the program writing time, whatever the values you are giving, that no need to be convert, because already Python will decide the data type of that values which have given inside the program. Only runtime values have to convert accordingly. But in this program, there is a problem. Observe. If what happen if user entered some float values 34.56, right? Look at this float value I'm entering. There is a problem. This is called exception, value error, invalid literal. Yes, it's unable to do that. So if you want to deal with floating point numbers also, so better to do with float conversion here. The advantage with float conversion, what? You can add two integer numbers, you can add two float numbers, you can add one into one float, everything is possible. So let's enter first number 23.4 and then enter second number 43.2. So we are getting that 66.6 result. Okay, two floats I'm adding. Two integers we can add it, but the result is float only because you have converted float, right? 12 plus 34. And one float, one integer is possible. One float, one integer. It's possible now. So one float, one integer is possible, two floats possible, and two integers are possible. But notice this, sir, if I entered float values like, but my final result should be integer only, what can I do? Okay, here you can see 34.5 is a float, right? 23.6 is the float. Result is float only. In case if you want to display the final result integer, again you can mention here int of c, the result value where it is here it is C, that you can convert into integer. So you can see this. Even if I try to enter 34.5, 23.6, so we are getting 58 only. The reason is int type here. So this is the way to work with user input values. So input function is present in Python to accept input value from the user, and print function is used to print the result. This is output function, this is input function. So this is the way to deal with integer and float with numeric type. And there is a bool type is there, and complex type is there, and even data structures are there. We will be discuss these all in tomorrow session from here onwards. Okay. So this is about your Python demo lectures, which I have conducted. This is the 5th demo lecture we completed. Okay. So last 4 demo lectures already there in the YouTube channel. They posted. Only 5 demo lectures will be posted in YouTube channel for every new batch. So who are new to this session, I strongly recommend to watch the 4 demo lectures. Anyway, once your enrollment process is over, then I'll collect the mail IDs from Durgasoft. From there onwards, I can share all the video lectures to your Google Drive along with Python PDF clearly. Okay. What if you want, if 2 strings are inputted, then it should concatenate. Then if 2 int values are given, that it should sum up. Oh, that's only what? 2 strings are concatenation, right? If you give 2 strings adding, you can use directly, no int of input of. Input function by default treated as string values at runtime. That you want to convert it, we are converting integer. We need to do calculation, right? So that's what I'm converting into integer type, data type conversion. Implicitly, it will not convert. Explicitly, we need to convert as a programmer. If you want to add 2 strings, you can add it. So like this, s equals to s1 string, input, enter, a string, s2, another string, input, enter, a string, and then s3 equal to s1 plus s2, print s3. Let's see here. These are string type, right? Completely string type by default. Input function will treat it as string. For example, I'm trying to enter first string Durga and second string soft. So we got Durgasoft. It's a string only. No need to convert integer. Right. So this is all about demo sessions. Okay. Yeah, we have a class tomorrow. Like Monday to Saturday, classes will be regular. So only Sunday is the holiday. That's what I'm telling you. Who wants to continue with my lectures from tomorrow, please contact Durgasoft and enroll for this course. Only enrolled students will get the new link. So you can't able to join with this link from tomorrow because the demo sessions has over. Okay. Yeah. I don't think so. Cast function, it's there here in this, but it might be in math function related. That's not. Okay. So please try to contact Durgasoft as soon as possible before going to join tomorrow's session. And so that immediately I'll collect the mails from them. I can start share the videos and material so far what we discuss to your Google Drive by today evening, so that you can feel free to attend tomorrow sessions continuously from tomorrow with the eval means evaluation, that is eval is different, whatever the values you are giving, so calculations will be takes place string format only. We cannot do that calculation manually, right? 10 plus 20 minus 3 divided by 4 into 3, like this very lengthy calculation. Evaluate the expression like this. Yeah. Obviously, that function is there, built-in function eval. I will introduce slowly. So a lot of things need to be discussed. You will see in the upcoming sessions. Okay. So after this class, our team will send the demo link. So you can click on the demo link. You can find out there all the demo lectures which I conducted so far, and also course content who are new to this session. I'm telling especially for them. So it will be clear. Concepts will be clear if you watch the demo lectures. Then anyway, I'll upload the so far what we discussed, 5th sessions, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos will be uploaded to Google Drive so that I can share to you. So please contact Durgasoft if you want to continue with my lectures from tomorrow. So please enroll today itself so that you will get a new link so you can join on that link only. Have a nice time. Thank you for attending these sessions. No matter, Mr. Vicky, if you are non-IT or IT, but I said in my demo lectures, no background is required. So you should focus in learning process. Obviously, you can improve skills and you will get a job, no doubt at all. Don't look at your background at all, okay? Nothing will happen. Even if you have gap, you can easily fill that gap. So by putting the experience, only the thing is, subject is the matter. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Regarding that, I'll assist you. Yeah. So once enrollment process is over, even how many students are there in this batch, so I'll create a WhatsApp group. So regularly we can keep in touch with that group so that you can share your doubts and all screenshots. Okay, so that is possible. And even once I start logical programming, I used to give simple assignments, tasks, also exercise programs. Even the same exercise programs we'll discuss in the next session. So you can feel free to talk to me in the session itself whenever you have a doubt, or you can feel free to uh, send a message in chat box. Have a nice time. See you tomorrow.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.